Order.
O God, make your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon. Today I'm going to provide an update on the COVID-19 vaccine rollout in the Northwest Territories. As members are aware, the NWT started delivering the COVID-19 vaccine to priority residents on December 31st, 2020. Rollout began only a week after Health Canada approved the use of the Moderna vaccine in Canada and only 3 days after the Territory received its first shipment. Since the beginning, the GNWT's approach to delivering the COVID-19 vaccine has been grounded in 5 core values: equity, cultural competency, evidence-based decision-making, flexibility, and trust. These values are outlined in detail in our Immunity for Communities, the Northwest Territories COVID-19 vaccine strategy, which was released last month. Department of Health and Social Services and Northwest Territories Health and Social Services Authority staff have worked alongside local healthcare staff and community members to bring vaccines to residents across the North. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share that the NWT has delivered 12,833 first doses and fully vaccinated 299 residents against COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I also want to highlight that our vaccine teams have visited all 33 communities in just under a month. Given the significant logistical and geographical challenges of this rollout, not to mention the cold chain requirements of the vaccine, this is an incredible achievement. Throughout this process, the GNWT has made every effort to translate our vaccine communications into all 11 official languages through informative handouts, videos, or audio on local community radio stations. Local interpreters, knowledge keepers, and community leaders have been offered to be champions of the vaccine campaign and encourage its uptake. Mr. Speaker, we continue to meet with Indigenous and community governments on a regular basis to keep them informed of our progress with vaccine delivery and listen to the needs of their communities. In line with our reporting to the Public Health Agency of Canada, vaccine dose data continues to be updated weekly on the GNWT COVID-19 website. Helpful information and resources can also be found there, including videos, fact sheets, frequently asked questions about the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Cabinet, I would like to take this opportunity to thank local healthcare staff, traveling vaccine teams, communities, and residents for making our vaccine delivery so successful to date. One of 3 NWT adults has already received their first dose. With every dose given in the NWT, we boost our territory's defense against COVID-19. The NWT is in fact leading the country with our ambitious delivery of first doses and has recently been commended by the Federal Deputy Chief Public Health Officer, Dr. Howard Najou, who stated, given the geography and the challenges of our winter weather, it is a credit to everyone involved in the vaccine rollout that it is progressing well and on track. We would also like to express our gratitude to the federal government for their generous allotment of vaccine we have received to date. During the recent announcement of the temporary delay of Moderna shipments to Canada, the NWT remains well positioned to receive enough vaccine for 75% of the adult population by the end of March 2021. We knew that the allotment and delivery of doses were both outside of our control, which is why our team built a flexible vaccine delivery schedule to account for shipment delays, weather, or other logistical challenges. Mr. Speaker, we want to reassure residents that we have a plan in place to optimize our vaccine supply over the coming weeks. We have received our third shipment of 4,700 vaccines, and we are waiting for an update about the fourth shipment. With that information in hand, we will announce any changes to our plan going forward. I remain committed to keeping the public informed through scheduled media briefings, as well as communications channels online, on the radio, and through on-the-ground staff in person. It's important to remember that the public health measures and surveillance system that have protected NWT residents from COVID-19 so far are still in place and working extremely well. We will continue to use every possible tool to protect our territory from COVID-19, including public health orders, effective wastewater testing, point-of-care testing, self-isolation, and vaccine delivery. Together, we can keep COVID-19 from jeopardizing our well-being and move toward loosening restrictions when conditions are right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, strengthening the government's leadership and authority on climate change, ensuring climate change impacts are specifically considered when making government decisions, and increasing the use of alternative and renewable energy as our mandate priority of the 19th Legislative Assembly. Climate change continues to be a critical issue facing us today and is affecting the Northwest Territories in many ways. That is why the Government of Northwest Territories has taken real action to address climate change through implementing the NWT Climate Change Strategic Framework 2019-2023 Action Plan. One of the commitments the Government of the Northwest Territories made to strengthen our leadership and authority on climate change is to establish the NWT Climate Change Council. I am pleased to say that we have made progress on that commitment with the finalizing of the Council's terms of reference. Mr. Speaker, the Climate Change Council will be a forum for information sharing, collaboration, and engagement between representatives of Indigenous governments and organized community governments, the Government of the Northwest and the Government of Northwest Territories. It will provide guidance and advice to inform government of the Northwest Territories, climate change, and environmental programs. The Council and the Government of the Northwest Territories will also be advised by industry, non-government organizations, co-management bodies, and academia. Mr. Speaker, not only has the Government of the Northwest Territories worked to establish the Climate Change Council, we've also released our first progress report on our territorial-wide approach to climate change in January. Environment and Natural Resources, the lead department for climate change, along with the Departments of Infrastructure Finance, jointly released 4 reports. ENR's Climate Change Action Plan Annual Report, Infrastructure's NWT Energy Initiative Report, Finance's NWT Carbon Tax Report, and ENR's Plain Language Overview Report summarizing our government and partners' activities to address climate change. The report will collectively help keep our residents informed on the progress we are making on this important issue. We are making progress. Almost all actions under the Climate Change Action Plan are underway, and we are well positioned to continue to transition to a low-carbon economy, improve knowledge of climate change impacts, and build resilience and adapt to climate change. Mr. Speaker, another mandate commitment our government has made significant progress on is ensuring climate change impacts are specifically considered when making government decisions. Then, Executive Council and Financial Management Board's decision-making instrument has been updated to ensure climate change factors are considered and documented as applicable in decisions moving forward. This is substantial milestone as the Northwest Territories is one of the few jurisdictions in Canada to include climate change considerations in its government's decision-making process. This means that moving forward, Cabinet and Finance Management Board's decision papers, submissions, and legislative proposals will include climate change factors for considerations. Integrating climate change considerations will improve accountability in Government of Northwest Territories' decision-making process. Mr. Speaker, the Northwest Territories residents are profoundly impacted by climate change, and the Government of Northwest Territories must show leadership in addressing its impact and opportunities. By working together, both within our departments and with our partners, we can transition to a low-carbon economy, strengthen our understanding of the effects of climate change, and build resilience and adapt to changing climate now and for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, member statements, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the midwifery program in the NWT was first started in Fort Smith in 1993. Soon after, midwifery services also began to be an option in Hay River, with the goal to one day service every community in the NWT. Unfortunately, this goal was never fulfilled, and Fort Smith and Hay River remain the only two NWT communities that offer midwifery services. Mr. Speaker, I support the expansion of the NWT midwifery program. I support midwifery to the fullest extent. I appreciate the fact that it offers a culturally relevant birthing option for people who want it. Not everybody wants their newborn delivered in a hospital many kilometers outside of their home communities. I know how families who would much prefer to deliver their newborns within their own communities rather than a regional hospital. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the Government of the Northwest Territories released a report titled NWT Midwifery Stakeholder Engagement, which provided 10 recommendations for how the government would improve midwifery expansion in the Northwest Territories. Following this report, the Government of the Northwest Territories accepted all 10 recommendations, which included strengthening the Fort Smith and Hay River programs and establishing a territory-wide program to service Yellowknife, as well as the Cleetcho and Satu regions. Since then, two new positions were funded in 2019 to start up the territorial program in Yellowknife, but only one of them has been filled. An additional part-time position has been funded for Hay River, but no further support has been provided to the Fort Smith program. Mr. Speaker, midwifery services has been a long time coming for most communities in the NWT. There's a growing interest among people all across the NWT who would like to utilize midwifery services. Therefore, I certainly hope our government will get a handle on developing the territory-wide program and have it operational as soon as possible. I will have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Member statements, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. The federal government introduced a wage top-up program on April 1st, and that's been extended a few times now to February 28th, 2021. In most jurisdictions, the top-ups were restricted to the essential service sectors, but in the Northwest Territories, no such restrictions were applied, and it's available to all employees who get less than $18 per hour, even if their employer doesn't want to enroll. As of November 3rd, 2020, 83 businesses are participating, 1,943 individuals have benefited, and the total cost of the program is about $1.7 million. That means the wage top-up program has been taken up by about 9% of the total NWT labour force, using numbers from the Bureau of Statistics. The federal government is covering 75% of the cost of the wage top-up program. I support this program as it can support many of our service sector workers that provide key programs and services and will assist with economic recovery. However, the need for this program is the clear sign that our minimum wage is too low, far too low. $13.46 per hour is not enough to get by on. That's no surprise to many Northerners. In March 2019, Alternatives North released research reports that calculated each parent in a family of 4 would have to earn $23.95 hourly in Yellowknife, $24.75 in Hay River, and $23.78 in Inuvik for a basic standard of living. So in the NWT, the effective minimum wage has been $18 an hour, even though the official minimum wage was set at $13.46 an hour on April 1st, 2018. Apparently, there's a mysterious minimum wage committee that has been in place since 2013. It convenes every couple of years to review the minimum wage and make recommendations to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. There's virtually no information on any GNWT website about this committee, who sits on it, and what they look at. Even the reports seem to be secret, as they are not on the ECE website and have not been tabled in this House. It would be unbelievable, if not completely unfair, if the effective minimum wage in the NWT is rolled back from anything less than $18 an hour, which is what people have been getting for the last 10 months. COVID hasn't changed the cost of living either, Mr. Speaker. I'll have questions later today for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment about where we are going with the NWT minimum wage and whether he intends to roll it back. Must he, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, it's been almost 5 years since the 18th Assembly Minister responsible for the NTPC replaced the Public Board of Governors with a board made up of GNWT deputy ministers. At the time, the public was told that this was done to save $1 million. The GNWT also committed to undertake a review of that governance structure. Members on this side of the House have pointed out that this is not best practice according to the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat. Its report reviewing governance frameworks for Crown corporations pointed out that board of directors in Crown corporations should function independently of management. It has now been 1 year since asked the former minister responsible in this Assembly to update the House on a plan for the NTPC board. Minister Thompson advised this House that the Board of DMs had been instructed to come back with a governance model and that he would share with members any progress made since 2016. Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to be patient, but the GNWT has shown absolutely no progress on this work in 5 years. This makes me doubt their commitment in getting it done. I'm also concerned that the Deputy Minister's name may not have the necessary skills or technical expertise to tackle the governance of a highly specialized public utility. I'm also concerned that they are doing this on the sides of their desks, which we know that the government did not want that for those who are providing the work of the now COVID Secretariat. The Power Corporation plays a vital role in the lives of all NWT residents. How it's governed and managed is something I care about on behalf of my constituents, as it could help in lowering the cost of living. I'm going to continue to press this government and the current minister responsible to make progress on this important work with no further delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to the attention of the Health Minister the need for an effective diabetes program to be offered at our small health centres. First Nations people are known to be high risk for diabetes, and we have many scattered First Nations communities throughout the territory. Some are not accessible by highway and are completely isolated. Makes one wonder how they manage without an effective diabetes program in place, even in my community of Fort Providence. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you about my experience being part of such a program during my employment in Hay River. The Regional Health Centre has a dedicated diabetes team made up of 3 staff. Every 3 months, they notify you to have blood work to determine your A1C level and most times for the kidney check. A week later, they call you in with a group of about 4 to 5 diabetics. Your weight measured for girth and height, and everything is documented in the passport log booklet, including other info required as a diabetic. Through this system, you can upgrade or have refill prescriptions prescribed. They also have healthy, sugarless snacks and food available to sample. The goal is to ensure your sugar intake is kept to a very bare minimum, if at all possible. We have to remember that diabetes is an ongoing chronic disease. If left unmanaged, this can lead to serious complications with one's health. This is a very well-run diabetes program, and sadly, not offered in the smaller health centers in the small communities. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Health Minister at the appropriate time. Masi.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nanakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's weather, Mr. Speaker, reminds me of home, drifting snow out here in the capital. But here in the capital, life is pretty good. We forget how life is like in our small communities back home. They have very little infrastructure. We have no luxury homes or houses. Our houses are small, overcrowded and cold. There's not too much to do. No fine dining, no shopping malls. Even if there are places to spend money, Mr. Speaker, our communities, we have no money because we got no jobs. There's nothing happening up in our riding. Many people depend on our government and this House to feed their families, Mr. Speaker. Right now, we can't even enjoy gatherings, our sports events, our feasts, our celebrations of life because of COVID-19 pandemic. And social problems are even worse because of the restrictions. You know, I've been an MLA for little over 9 years, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying the same things, some of these things over and over the past 9 years. We need to help our people. We need change. Our government needs to do more to get our residents through this pandemic, Mr. Speaker. We need to give our kids something to get them through and graduate from high school. We must ensure the needs of our elders are met. We need to support our families, especially ones that are really struggling. You know, our government, we can find money. In 2016, they found $30 million to subsidize the Housing Power Corporation. This past government, this year, we found $87 million for the COVID Secretariat, which is needed, but using that funds to try to help some of the programs I'm asking for. The people live in our communities don't want a lot, Mr. Speaker. Their needs are simple. The political will. Is there political will to help them? Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Madam Premier at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nanakput. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamlik.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'm caught. Do you want to go to somebody else?
Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, speaking of education, I'd like to say Bichoko, Edzo, and Chief Jimmy Bruno School, it's been built 50 years ago. And the last renovation that was done in 1995, it has never been then brought up or been any work on it. So for so long, it's been an issue, and it's ongoing issue. All the parents or so and students are worried, and we would like to see a new school built in Bichoko. And much later on today, I would speak further.
50 years ago, it's my age, Mr. Speaker. There was a retrofit back in 1995. Now it's been well over 26 years since the last retrofit of the building. Mr. Speaker, there have been a couple of meetings with the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment, the Minister, and also my Kitchener leadership on the replacement of Chief Jimmy Bruno School. I believe we are making some progress. It's time that we move project forward. Mr. Speaker, there was a discussion on where the new school is going to be built, either in Edzo or in Ray. My understanding is that it is still undecided. Mr. Speaker, that decision should lie with the Clinton general public in Bishopcombe on where the new school should be built. They're the ones who will live with this decision. Mr. Speaker, the students of Bishopcombe, the students and their parents, have a message for the Minister of Education. They do not want their school to be patched up yet again. They want a new school that their children need and deserve. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for Minister of Education, Culture and Employment at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kemlich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I introduced Avery, a real NWT resident with a fictional name. Avery is a parent facing eviction from public housing who struggles with substance abuse, mental health, and family violence in the home. Like Avery, many people in the NWT are dealing with similar issues. For this reason, the GNWT needs to provide better client-focused service. NWT residents who need the help of 2 or more GNWT departments can be referred to ICM or Integrated Case Management, a highly successful and compassionate team of pathfinders tasked with supporting vulnerable residents through the GNWT system. Avery is involved with justice, ECE, health and social services, and housing. Facing eviction, Avery had 12 meetings and 1 phone call with representatives of those 4 departments. Despite this, Avery did not get a referral to ICM until a 14th meeting was held with me there as Avery's MLA. For Avery, getting on the list meant finding the right public servant at the right time. It shouldn't be so hard, Mr. Speaker. Asking for help is hard. Asking for help 14 times in one emotionally exhausting week is cruel. The GNWT needs to be empowered and organized to provide a way forward for vulnerable residents, not dead ends. Avery finally got into ICM, where the client-focused service was a breath of fresh air. I cannot speak highly enough about their incredible staff, but client-focused service cannot be reserved for only a few of our residents. Mr. Speaker, today I will be asking the Minister of Justice to create a process for residents where they can self-refer to ICM and to create a process to refer residents to other support networks when they don't fit in ICM. Avery tried to self-refer and was advised of the department-only referral policy. There was no connection to additional support. No matter their story, every person wants fair and equitable access to programs to help them achieve the same success as their family, friends, and neighbours. For some, it is a matter of survival, and that's what makes it so important that the GNWT act quickly to respond to the needs of these clients. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kemlich. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our job in this House is to get answers for our constituents, and then sometimes when the same question is being asked over and over again, it's to get a department to move to actually solve an underlying issue. I would like to give a brief history of the Ingram Trail and some of the answers I would like to leave this House from the Department of Lands. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, a history of land title. In the early 60s and 70s, anyone who went up the trail and in many parts of the NWT and surveyed a piece of land could get that land in fee simple. This is one of the holdovers we have from the federal government. Additionally, in the Cassidy Point area, we handed out a number of equity leases. I believe 41 were given out in that area to provide people with title, and the department has another 180 to go, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents all the time who have their neighbors who have title, and they ask, when can I get title? And despite numerous provinces from different departmental officials over decades, they still don't have an answer to that question. I would like to leave this House with an answer to that question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I recently tried to figure out where the school board taxes go for residents on the Ingram Trail. This took me through a journey to the Department of MACA, to the Department of Finance, and the Department of Lands. And I am still unclear whether those taxes actually end up in a specific school board or whether they are just lost in general revenue. I would like to leave this House with an answer to that question. Mr. Speaker, my constituents on the trail grow frustrated with how their properties are assessed. Some are a holdover of devolution, which have a different tax rate and a different assessment value. Some are recreational leases with another different tax rate. I would like to have coherence to the taxing system to provide my constituents an answer for why things are the way they are before I leave this House. Mr. Speaker, lastly, many people live on the Ingham Trail in violation of their leases. They live in recreational leases that do not allow them to live full-time in those houses. They do not allow them to work from home, something that has been extremely difficult during COVID. And Mr. Speaker, the Department of Lands knows this, it acknowledges it, yet it never does anything about it. It never provides an option to convert to residential leases. I would like to give an answer to my constituents about that. I will have questions for the Minister of Lands about when I can get these answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm tired. At times, I feel like the weight of the world is on my shoulders. Daily, I speak with residents of this territory, my constituents and others, about the declining state of their mental health and their struggles with accessing help from the system. These calls and messages start first thing in the morning and can go until I fall asleep at night. Last night was no exception. Yesterday, I spent hours talking with a resident who works in addictions. Their client, a chronic alcoholic at the end of their rope and shaking, spoke those words every addictions counselor wants to hear: "I'm ready to get help." Off the counselor went, and they arrived at the emergency room to get help. After several hours, close to midnight, the client was admitted to emergency, but the nurse tells the counselor, "We can't admit them to the hospital. There are no beds. They will be discharged at 6:30 a.m. I am sorry, the system is broken." While COVID-19 has caused so much tragedy around the world, with people unable to spend time with their loved ones and so much death, the indirect impacts of the disease are only amplifying the cracks in our fragile social network, cracks that are quickly becoming vast sinkholes. The consumption of alcohol and drugs has increased across the territory over the last year, and in the last month, the NWT lost access to 3 southern treatment centres due to COVID outbreaks. No one treatment centre fits all. So we had people who desperately needed an inpatient program and could not get it. Had we already established our own northern inpatient treatment program, then this needless suffering would not have occurred. To make matters worse, it is a requirement of some treatment programs that patients be medically detoxed before patients are admitted. As I discovered last night, patients are often left on their own to take this important medically critical step, a step that, if not done correctly, can lead to seizures and death. Unless they can prove they are a threat to themselves and be admitted to the psychiatric ward, our vulnerable people are given an office number to receive non-medical supports open during standard business hours, Monday to Friday. When will this minister acknowledge that we have a medical crisis at hand regarding addictions and mental health? How can we continue to encourage people to seek help only to leave them unsupported when they do? Every time the system fails our vulnerable population, it erodes any trust that may have been developed and only drives our residents deeper into the cycle of addiction that they cannot escape. I'll have questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Oh, sorry. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to honour and remember a constituent from Fort Simpson, Miss Susan Marie Denois. Susan passed away on December 16, 2020. I would like to thank her niece, Sharon Mandeville, and her sister for helping me put this together. Susan was born on January 10, 1966, to Henry and Bella Denois. She was to celebrate her 55th birthday this year. Susan had 4 brothers and 5 sisters. She went to school at Bombas Hall and TSS. Susan was a hard worker all her life. Growing up, her mother would ask her to sew, even though she was left-handed. She had a hard time holding thread, but she was ambidextrous and very determined. She enjoyed sewing upon uppers for others. She was one of the lucky ones who was taught the proper way of tanning a moose hide by her mother and father. It was hard work for her parents to scrape and twist the moose hide, and she was right there helping them. She had a son, his name was Brandon, and who I had the pleasure of coaching. Brendan and Nelson Lacorn blessed Susan with a grandson, Brayson, who is now 3 years old. She cherished and loved her grandson a lot. She loved the outdoors. Picking berries was her favorite in the fall. Susan and her niece Sharon would get buckets full of berries and compete with each other. Susan met Alfred Sangues from Jean Marie, and they worked together during doing contract work at Summit K Park in the summers, also cutting and hauling wood. She was a very hard worker and couldn't sit down very long. She loved cooking, washing and hanging clothes outside. She used a thing called a ringer washer. Could you believe that? Still to this day. There are so many fond memories of Susan. Her niece shared memories of them cruising around in her truck, and she would be teasing her. She'd slap her on the leg and say, "How sick," and bust out laughing. Her laughter was infectious, and they laughed until they both said their stomachs were sore. I had the pleasure of talking to Susan numerous times, and she spoke her mind, and she was always about the people. So, Mr. Speaker, with deep regret, I would have to say Susan will be sadly missed by us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Satu.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize the life and honor of a truly inspirational Mountain Dene Indian, Elder Mr. Maurice Edward Mendo. Born in 1932, Mr. Speaker, from the time he was born until he had passed away January 25, 2021, Mr. Mendo embodied in every way what it meant to be a Dene person. At every chance he got, he was on the land, hunting, trapping, educating others. If he wasn't on the land, he told stories and reminded the Dene people of their traditional history. For example, in a virtual exhibit by Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre on the celebration of Yamoria, the legends, Mr. Mendo contributed 3 powerful stories: the life, the spirits of the Dene people. Mr. Mendo taught himself to read and write in Slavey, which speaks to his intelligence and dedication. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mendo was a great elder who carried the spiritual backbone of the Sahtu people. He was always a strong believer in his faith, which was reflected in both his love for singing in the church and prayers for others. When others needed help, he was always there to provide support in whatever way he can. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mendo was also a loyal and hard-working individual. He had retired from Imperial Oil after 20 years of service of excellent work. He was a board member of various organizations, of which worked tirelessly for the Na-Jayco National Park in Toledo, located along the Yukon border. With his wife Stella, they were committed to passing on Dene culture to their children, grandchildren, with more than 40 godchildren, and to the community, not just about things on the land, but also about dignity, kindness, spirituality, equality, and much more. The death of Mr. Mendo meant we lost a unique way of how to think and navigate in this world. I know he will be deeply missed by his family and the community. I myself will be forever grateful for him, as he had shared his knowledge and he influenced the people of the Sahtu for generations to come. During his time, Mr. Speaker, he had shared with me the equality of being in leadership and the fairness of being in leadership and working together as one to be a more stronger North, representing our people. He had a lot of great messaging to share with people. He had also been very influential with the younger generation. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Mendo is someone who deserves our greatest recognition and appreciation in this session. I also was very intrigued and very touched by the Kl'icho leadership that had attended his funeral and by the chief of Wakwati. Masi Cho to his friends and his family, and he was an exceptional person that had made the Sahtu Dene people a much more stronger people in a much more stronger region. He will be greatly missed. Masi, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sahtu. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Replies to budget address, day 4 of 7. Replies to the budget address, day 4 of 7. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur. On motion 5-19 bracket 2, referral of point of privilege raised by member for Montfouille on March 10th, 2020. The committee crochet 2 renvoie la question de privilège soulevée par le député de Montfouille le 10 mars 2020. La motion 5-19 crochet
19-2 was moved by the member for Tunadi Williday and second. J'entends ma voix. We seem to have a technical problem.
Le comité a demandé a reçu une prolongation de 120 jours de la période d'examen pour lui permettre de promouvoir des échanges avec le public sur l'utilisation des langues officielles à l'Assemblée législative. The Legislative Assembly makes interpreters available in most official languages when members are sitting in the chamber. On March 10, 2020, a Tlicho interpreter was not available due to a last-minute cancellation. The interpreter cancelled for personal reasons. The member for Montfouille, Mr. Lafferty, rose on a point of privilege. He said the lack of interpretation impeded or prevented him from performing his parliamentary functions as a member and asked the Speaker to adjourn the proceedings. The Speaker took the matter under advisement and the proceedings continued. On March 11, 2020, when a Tlicho interpreter was available, the Speaker heard debate on the matter of privilege. Following debate, the Speaker ruled that the matter did raise a question of privilege. He entertained motions on the ruling, and motion 5-19 bracket 2 was referred to the committee for consideration. After several in-camera meetings on the topic, committee held a public hearing on November 17, 2020. Committee received a presentation from Monsieur Baptiste Foisy at this hearing. In addition, committee received written submissions from Mr. Jackson Lafferty, member for Montfouille, the Dene Nation, the Gwich'in Tribal Council, the Illinois Dene First Nation, and Ms. Mary Rose Sunbury. These written submissions are included in Appendix 1 of this report. Committee thanks all those who made submissions for sharing their views on this important matter. Since 1990, the Official Languages Act has included Indigenous languages as official languages of the Northwest Territories, giving them equal status within the government of the Northwest Territories and the Legislative Assembly. The Act recognizes the many languages spoken and used by peoples of the Northwest Territories and is committed to the preservation, development, and enhancement of the Indigenous languages. The Act recognizes 11 official languages, Dene Sutline Yate, Neheya Wawin, English, Français, Dinju Zu Kui, Inuinnaqtun, Inuktitut, Inuyalktun, Satu Dine Yati, Dene Jati, and Tlicho. 9 of these official languages are Indigenous languages that belong to 3 different language families, Dene, Inuit, and Algonquin Cree. The 5 Dene languages are Dene Sutline Yati, Dinju Zu Kyu, Sato Tine Yati, Dene Jati, and Tlichon. The three Inuit languages are Inuvialuktun, Inuinnaqtun, and Inuktitut. The one Algonquin Cree language is Neheya Wawawin. The revitalization and use of Indigenous languages are important aspects of reconciliation. In their submission, the Dene Nation states, quote, "The acceptance, use, and respect of Indigenous languages is a critical component of the effective reconciliation between the Dene people and the government of the Northwest Territories," end of quote. The 19th Legislative Assembly has identified implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a priority. It is included in the mandate of the Northwest Territories for 2019-2023. Article 13 of UNDRIP states, 1. Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages, oral traditions, philosophies, writing systems, and literature, and to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. 2. States shall take effective measures to ensure that this right is protected, and also to ensure that Indigenous peoples can understand and be understood in political, legal, and administrative proceedings, where necessary through the provision of interpretation or by other appropriate means. In their submission, the Dene Nation states that Article 13.2 of UNDRIP, quote, is practically facilitated through the consistent use of translation and interpretation services for all of the Territory's official languages in all legislative proceedings, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the Honourable Member for Nahande. Continue the report. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member for Nahande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in rules of the matter of privilege, Speaker Blake referenced a similar situation that arose in the 11th Legislative Assembly. On October 26, 1989, day 7 of the 5th session of the 11th Assembly, the member for Ray Lakes, Ray Laclamart, spoke in official language for which interpretation was not available. Another member rose on point of order. The then Speaker Nirsu adjourned the House until such a time as interpretation could be provided. In his decision to adjourn for the day, Mr. Speaker Nirsu noted that the rules of the Legislative Assembly at that time expressly provided that a member that had the right to speak and be understood in his own language. Our current rules are silent on the right to use and be understood in our official languages. However, the Official Language Act provides that everyone has the right to use official languages in the debate and other proceedings of the Legislative Assembly. The committee believed that the right to use official languages in the Assembly, as provided for in the Act, necessarily implies the right to be understood by those members who do not speak the language. In the submissions received by committee, many agreed with this position. The Gwich'in Tribal Council noted if what it is said is not understood, then speech is essentially equivalent to silent. Further, in their submissions, the Dene Nation stated, the speaker of these languages deserve the ability to fully participate in the proceedings of the Legislative Assembly as elected representatives of their communities, free from discrimination. The use and recognition of the NWT official languages sets important precedents for the way in which language is used and adapted across the territories. Recognizing the importance of our official languages to the speakers of these languages and cultures they represent, the committee believe that our Rules Committee should be amended. Recommendation number 1. Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommends that the rules of the Legislative Assembly be amended to clearly state that the right to use official language was when speaking in the Assembly, and further that this right necessarily implies that the right to be understood by those members who do not speak the language. Further, committee recommends that the rules of the Legislative Assembly be amended to reflect the rights of members to receive interpretation of any official languages. Recommendation number 2, the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommends that the rules of the Legislative Assembly be amended to clearly state that documents in any official languages may be tabled in the Assembly. The public hearing held by committee on November 17th related to this matter offered simultaneous interpretation in French and Clicho. In recent years, it had been uncommon to have interpretation for committee meetings, other than for public hearings on legislative or other initiatives taking place in smaller communities. Rule 92 of the Rules of the Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly states, the rules and procedures of the Legislative Assembly shall be observed in committee insofar as they are applicable. However, committee recognized that it is not currently feasible to provide simultaneous interpretation in all official languages at the committee meeting. The reason for this, including physical limitations of the Legislative Assembly building and its committee's room, the number of and available of qualified interpreters, and a number of committee meetings held, some of which are frequently scheduled on short notice. Committee recognizes that members and witnesses appear before committee have the right to use an official language until such a time when it is feasible to provide simultaneous interpretation of all committee proceedings. Committee believes interpretation should be offered to members and witnesses in advance of any meeting. Committee believes that a one-week notice of request for interpretation for any committee proceeding is reasonable. Committee also believes that the effort to provide appropriate interpretation should be increased for public standing and special committee meetings taking place outside of the capital. Recommendation number 3, the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommend that simultaneous interpretation of committee proceedings into any official language should be made available to members or witnesses appearing before committee with a one-week notice, and further that the availability of this service should be communicated clearly with members and any witness. Recommendation 4, the Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommend that the Assembly should increase efforts to provide interpretation to regional appropriate official languages when standing and special committees hold public meetings in communities outside the capital. Mr. Speaker, at this time I'd like to turn the report over to the Honourable Member for Tunde-Willowday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Member for Tunde-Willowday.
Lastly, Mr. Speaker, competing privileges. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. I thought I was in the hole there. Mr. Speaker, competing privileges. Parliamentary privileges can be a difficult concept for many people to understand. However, it is a concept fundamental to the smooth and effective functioning of the Legislative Assembly. Parliamentary privilege is the sum of the rights or privileges enjoyed by the Legislative Assembly as an institution and by its members individually, without which members could not do their jobs as legislators and which are not possessed by other institutions or individuals. For a Legislative Assembly, Rule 20(1) outlines the privileges of a member as 1. Freedom of speech, 2. Freedom of arrest in civil matters, 3. Exemption from jury duty, 4. Exemption from attendance as a witness in court while in the House or a committee is sitting, and 5. Freedom from obstruction and intimidation in relation to the duties as elected representatives. The privilege of the House include 1. The power to maintain order and to discipline for breaches of privileges and or contempt of the House. Contempt of the House may include disobedience to its order, misconduct before it, affronts against its dignity and authority, and any act or omission which impedes or obstructs the House or its members in the performance of their duties, and 2. The right to regulate its internal affairs, including to set its own rules and exercise control over publications. The point of privilege raised by the member from Montfouille on March 10, 2020, suggested the lack of interpretations impeded or prevented him from performing his parliamentary functions as a member. Committee believes this represents an imposition upon the privilege of the member for Montfouille. The remedy sought by the member was an adjournment of proceedings. This, it will appear, conflicts with the right of the Assembly to regulate its internal affairs. The Assembly has, by law, limited its own privileges. Section 1 of the Official Languages Act clearly identifies the government institution to which the Act complies includes the Legislative Assembly. Further, Section 6 of the Act provides that everyone has the right to use any official language in the debate and proceedings of the Legislative Assembly. Committee does not recommend any further limits to the privilege of the Assembly. Committee recognizes that the Speaker has the ultimate authority and responsibility to make decisions regarding the proper functioning of the Assembly. However, committee makes the following recommendation. Recommendation 5. The Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommends that should a comparable situation arise in the future, the Speaker give strong consideration to a recess and adjournment or adjournment of proceedings until such time as adequate interpretation can be provided. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say a few words in my language. Siyatia siyasi nilsu. Deni yati yatineth ha hutha bilar gala daha yati ta'am. Ayi nultak jadizi etza Nancy Languages Commissioner Julia Tadasi Baba Tiki Dene. A thought diti quen a year yati but ati ha Riklis halsi hele. A dure Riklisi Baba Tiki Dene a thought diti Bagar Nati Speaker Julia Deni but all chutle. Baba itana hala titi quen a year ti ye dalchut hala. Hot a huli ye Commissioner Julia Compuria Baya hati haasi a year del halchut at a year at least a baya yati nit a hati. Dat utana yatit a dana ba galata haasi. Yibar Galataha ya Yati Thala Hula Henny. A committee a Yati Yakura Al. Then Yati Nedha. Hut Abrar Galataha Yati the but order Punt Eha Henny. A Diri Yati Nia. And the speakers continuing back in English. Recommendation 6. The Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommends that the Speaker and Board of Managers develop a rights-based official languages policy for the Legislative Assembly and that the policy come into effect prior to the end of this Assembly. In keeping with the Official Languages Act, any forthcoming official languages policy must recognize the right to use any official languages in the Legislative Assembly. It must also lay out the operational procedures and policies that will be developed and implemented to preserve and enhance the use of our official languages. The policy should highlight the role of the Legislative Assembly as a champion of official languages, including but not limited to a commitment to provide simultaneous interpretation of House proceedings into all official languages to the greatest extent possible, the recognition of exceptional circumstances such as the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which may result in the inability to provide simultaneous interpretation in all official languages. Recognitions of languages that can be faced in finding qualified interpreters into all official languages, that the challenges may become more pronounced as the current complement of interpreters retire from the profession, and clear definition of the best practices and reasonable efforts that must be undertaken in trying to do so. A plan for a stepwise expansion of the official language services within the Legislative Assembly. A plan to incorporate interpreters and official language services into the orientation program for members of future legislative assemblies. A plan to engage interpreters in regular and ongoing training on proceedings of terminology specific to the Legislative Assembly. A plan to seek regular feedback from interpreters and speakers of official languages on the quality of interpretation services provided. Next, a plan to develop and implement training for remote interpretation, which would allow interpreters to provide effective services from their home communities. A plan to standardize for hiring practices and contracts for interpreters employed by the Legislative Assembly. A stepwise plan to make the majority of Legislative Assembly publications available in all official languages, beginning with the orders of the day and votes and proceedings. A plan to make translation services in all official languages available to members of the Legislative Assembly, and a plan to allow the inclusion of all official languages other than English into Hansard by allowing members of the Legislative Assembly to submit typed text of any statement in the Assembly in any official language, which is consistent with the committee's recommendation on this report on remote sittings. Further, Mr. Speaker, any official languages policy should be available on the Legislative Assembly website in all official languages. And committee recognizes that A thorough official languages policy is a significant undertaking and may not be possible to fully implement all aspects of such a policy during the life of this Assembly. Committee also recognizes that as technologies evolve, new issues raised and new solutions identified, it will be necessary to update any forthcoming official languages policy. To that end, committee envisions that an official languages policy will be regulated, updated, and shared with the public and future committees. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd like to turn the report over to my colleague for your input.
Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Operational changes. In addition to development of official languages policy, committee believes operational changes should be considered at the Legislative Assembly to improve delivery of official languages services. Since 2019, the Legislative Assembly has benefited from increased budget related to official languages such as interpretation services, extended for 2-hour period to start sitting day to full day coverage. Facilities were upgraded to allow a number of official languages being interpreted on a daily basis to be increased. Broadcasting the official languages other than English was increased on YouTube channels where it was created share proceedings in interpreted official languages. And committee recognized in some professional development, interpreters were being introduced. Committee recognized that the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic is not currently possible to provide simultaneous interpretation of proceedings into all official languages due to the physical and technical limitations of the Legislative Assembly. Committee appreciates the ongoing efforts provided simultaneous interpretation into the greatest possible number of official languages and encourages the Assembly to continue these efforts. Following the pandemic, or when possible to overcome the current physical, technical limitations faced by the Assembly, committee encourages full simultaneous interpretation of the House proceedings into all official languages where interpretation is provided to the entire sitting day. A minimum of 2 interpreters should be scheduled to provide service each official language in keeping best practices. The greatest degree of possible, the Assembly should hire interpreters from multiple communities to ensure regional dialects, official languages are adequately represented in the Assembly, and efforts undertaken to identify, call interpreters who are able to provide service at short notice and where unexpected cancellation. As recommended, Languages Commissioner, Special Report, this committee believes that would be value recording statistics regarding the use of official languages in the Assembly. Further, committee believes that these statistics should be incorporated into future annual reports of the Legislative Assembly. Statistics recorded may include the number of translation and interpretation requests made by members of the Legislative Assembly, turnaround time for work, the time of the Assembly documents translated to official languages, the number of committee meetings for which interpretation is provided, the number of hours proceedings interpreted into official languages, as well as the number of interpreted proceedings, and the number of members and member statements in official language other than English. Prior to the public hearing, November 17, 2020, committee distributed a stakeholder letter seeking out input in the matter. Attached to the letter was an active offer to provide letter of official languages. The committee believes that the Legislative Assembly should develop an active page making use of appropriate spelling of each language and should be included with the following documents: votes and proceedings, rules of Legislative Assembly, code of conduct for members of Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly, news releases, annual reports, Legislative Assembly, committee reports. The active offer should also feature promoting permanently on the Legislative Assembly website, and the committee believes that Legislative Assembly should strive to produce the votes and proceedings of the official record, Assembly Committee of the Whole, and in all official languages. During the public hearing, M. Baptiste Foisy, remarking the inability of the Legislative Assembly to provide interpreted audio on a timely manner, which can impact the ability of non-English media in reporting the proceedings of the Legislative Assembly Committee. The committee understands the shortcoming is for the most part of the limitations of hardware currently in use. In longer term, the committee believes that the Legislative Assembly should consider official language requirements with upgrading the audio and video equipment related to broadcasting and web streaming in the House. Recommendation 7. The Standing Committee on Rules Procedures recommends that the above suggestions be investigated by the Office of the Speaker and the Board of Management and the Office of the Clerk in an effort to make immediate improvements in provision of language services. Further, if there's any of these suggestions found not feasible at present, the committee recommends that a plan to realize these outcomes be included in official language policy. Mr. Speaker, I hand it over to our committee chair, Frame Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nanakput. Members, before we proceed, I think our interpreters are having a little difficulty with how fast we're reading here, so just a reminder, but member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Review of the Official Languages Act. In their written submissions, the Yellowknives Dene First Nation and Ms. Mary Rose Sundberg indicated a need to reinstate interpreter and translator training programs. Both submissions advocate for a decentralized approach to providing this training and will allow for accreditation in the field. Ms. Mary Rose Sundberg indicated a need for the Government of the Northwest Territories to reopen a language bureau. The committee believes these are issues worthy of consideration, but recognizes these issues are beyond the scope of this review. Recommendation 8. The Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures recommends that the Standing Committee on Government Operations consider the issues of interpreter and translator training and accreditation and the possibility of a future Government of the Northwest Territories Languages Bureau in the context of its review of the official languages.
In conclusion, the committee finds the lack of interpretation in Tlicho on March 10, 2020 impeded or prevented the member for Mamfui from performing his parliamentary functions as a member. The committee has made recommendations that it believes will assist the Assembly in avoiding any similar situation in the future. The committee thanks Mr. Baptiste Foisy for appearing at the public hearing on November 17, 2020, and thanks Mr. Jackson Lafferty, member for Mamfui, Dene Nation, the Council of Gwich'in Tribal, and Yellowknives Dene First Nation, and also Mrs. Mary Rose Sundberg for their written submissions on this matter. This concludes the committee's report on its review of Motion 519-2, referral of point of privilege raised by member of
-19 bracket 2, referral of point of privilege raised by member for Mamfui on March 10, 2020. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake, and thank you to the committee on all the work that you've done. Member for Frame Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Nahende, that committee report 8-19 bracket 2, Standing Committee on Rules and Procedures report on motion 5-19 bracket 2, referral of point of privilege raised by member for Mamfui on March 10, 2020, be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report will be moved into Committee of the Whole. Thank you. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the Department of Health and Social Services released a report titled NWT Midwifery Stakeholder Engagement. The report is 75 pages long, and it concludes with a list of 10 recommendations for the Government of the Northwest Territories. In relation to recommendations 1 through 5, can the Health Minister tell us when the Department of Health and Social Services will fund the additional positions that are required to strengthen and expand midwifery in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are planning for the expansion of the midwifery program in a number of areas, specifically in Hay River. There is the beginning of engagement with communities, starting with Fort Resolution, and then the other communities, or the communities of the Decho, to consult people on what they consider to be the most appropriate ways to extend midwifery care to families there. There are also preliminary discussions taking place between NTH-SSA and the Clecho Community Services Agency around the best ways to expand access to midwifery care for families in Betchco. There's also, as of a year ago, a new territorial midwifery manager who is working at the territorial level, looking at how services can be expanded, and a second position will be accompanying that initial one, and the anticipated hiring date is the fall of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us when the Department of Health and Social Services will fulfill all 10 recommendations found within the 2017 midwifery stakeholder engagement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you to the member for that question. What we have done to date with that report is completed 5 out of 10 recommendations. And to follow up on the information I just provided, we will commit to providing an action item update on all 10 recommendations in June of this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabatcha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us when the Department of Health and Social Services will begin to undertake the responsibility of ensuring that all families and communities have full and equal access to midwifery services in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that increased access to midwifery services will not only enhance perinatal services for NWT residents and improve outcomes for mothers and babies, but also strengthen the delivery of culturally sensitive based primary care in our health system. So we're very interested in this, and we've taken the actions that I have referenced. We do, however, require an additional $2 million to implement phases 2 and 3 of the midwifery recommendations, and that money does not exist in our budget at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide us with any updates or comments on the upcoming plans for the expansion of the midwifery program in the NWT? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabatcha. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just to recap, there is planning going on at the territorial level with the Hay River Health and Social Services Authority and with the Clecho Community Services Agency to expand the midwifery program. But to go from planning to hiring, we need $2 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I have my questions for the Madam Premier. I know the government has a lot of programs and services designed through different programs through government, through the communities. Since COVID hit, has the Cabinet or the Premier ever thought of talking to the Hamlet councils in the communities that, for the small remote communities, of giving them I guess a package, like a funding package, other than what they normally would say, like if the community would ask for something, to say, use your O&M or use your gas tax money, we're not going to give you nothing. But since COVID hit, everything's been stretched out. So is there any possible way that the government could give a stimulus package to the hamlets across the territory, especially my riding in Nunukput? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I think that would be a question best asked to the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, the Municipal and Community Affairs did have a disbursement out to the communities, all 33, in response to COVID. Also, we did have additional funding that was allocated to the smaller communities for sport and recreation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you. Good news. I'm here to ask for some more money. On behalf of the communities, you know, our communities are so isolated right now due to the COVID pandemic. Nobody can travel. A lot of stress on the families because nobody's going out visiting or sharing or anything. I'm just wondering, where are we at before in the new year or before Christmas? I asked the Premier, were we able to get Chromebooks and iPads given out to EC&E to give to the libraries, I guess, to give it to the adults or the elders for sign out, you know, give say 15 iPads or Chromebooks into the libraries in each community. So I'm just wondering where they're at with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a question best deferred to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our generous Premier for allowing the member to ask questions across the board. As the member is correct, the Assembly did approve funds for Chromebooks and Turbo Sticks to be distributed across the territory, and many of those have gone out. I'm not sure exactly how many have gone out, but they are being distributed to students who, for whatever reason, have to participate in distance learning. So not every student gets one. For example, though, in Fort Liard, when the school shut down, within a week, EC and the school board were able to deploy, and with the help of finance, to deploy Chromebooks and Turbo Sticks to students who needed them. And so that's the status of that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Mr. Speaker, again, thank you, Minister, for getting me those Chromebooks and the Turbo Sticks. We need, but the thing is, the elders, like, you go to a library, such for instance in Tuck, you could go, you could sign it out. Not everybody has the luxury of having that iPad or anything kind of communication. Their communication is CBC on TV at 6 o'clock or the radio. So I'm just wondering why, like, if it's possible to, you know, will the government look at things such as, you know, once COVID is, for example, will step up using, stop using the power limiters and evicting people. Like right now, I mean, two different lines of questioning. If we're able to stop this right now during the pandemic again? And is it possible to do that? Since I'm all over the map right now with that, but I need that to stop. No evictions, no more limiters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunakput. Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respectfully ask that the member refrain from asking questions all over and ask the questions to the proper ministers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Yes, member, please stick to the first line of questions on. Thank you.
Speaker, all 33 communities are in need of more funding, stimulus package, because we've been hurting. They're stretching out our local community governments. Our local community governments need help. Is the Premier and committee, our cabinet, ready to help them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunakput. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first question was for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, and that question is best answered by that minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The department continues to support the smaller communities and all municipalities throughout the territory. We've presently, one of the major activities that we are having is the emergency management plans that we are working with the COVID Secretariat as well. But I also wanted to highlight the allocation of funding that was allocated to the smaller communities. In all, the the federal government had allocated $1.53 million for municipal and community affairs for the smaller communities, and for each of the communities there was an amount of $19,000, and depending on what the communities had put forward, they had to work with the department in order to display the amount of funding that they were going to require for their specific community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, when I spoke on member statement about the school, Chief Jimmy Bruno's school, and we know that it's been 26 years since the renovation, and then it's been that school that we had, it's been like 50 years.
The community of Bishopcombe. I'd like to ask a question to Minister of Education, Culture and Employment about the potential capital plans for the new school. Mr. Speaker, my first question is, what is the latest update on the discussion of a new Chief Jimmy Bruno school in Bishopcombe? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mumfree. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, I met with the Clecho government in Edzo in Chief Jimmy Bruno School, actually, and the member was a guest at that meeting as well. That's where the Clecho government made clear that they would not entertain the idea of a retrofit of Chief Jimmy Bruno School in Edzo. They wanted a new build in Ray. And so based on that, and I said that, well, we don't have a budget for that, but if that's what you want, we can try and work together, go approach the federal government and see if perhaps they can provide some of the funds to cover that cost difference, which is going to be significant. Since that happened, there was another agreement made between the Clecho government and the GNWT regarding infrastructure projects. And so the work that was being done specifically about the school has been rolled into that. And I think it was in about a month ago now was the last meeting. And they're just finalizing some terms of reference, and we will go forward from there. So the plan is still to try and seek funds in order to build a new school in Ray, because that is what was communicated to us as the desire from the Clecho government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfree.
Mr. Speaker, the
about this. People are asking me now about the new school to be built. If that's the case, where would it be? In Edzo or in Bichoko? Because we know we have a lot of parents are very concerned because this is a major project, and this is my question to the Minister of Education.
Built. It really should be up to the Bichoko residents to decide. There needs to be a survey in a community and to get their input on this new location. Has a survey been contemplated and considered by this department, by this minister as well? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we're approaching this as a government-to-government project. And it's the Tlicho government who have stated where on their land they want that school to be built. And so it's not up to ECE to do a survey of the community in that sense. I'm not sure what the Tlicho government has undertaken in terms of community consultation. Where we would be involved with consulting the community is when there's a final decision on where to build a school. There's always a lot of community engagement about what that school should look like, right down to the materials that are used. Schools are very personal to communities, and so we always want the final product to reflect community desires in that sense. But in terms of the location, that is not the decision that we're making. That is the one that is being suggested by the Tlicho government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll also point out that this is all contingent on getting federal money in order to build this school in Ray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the Minister is considering and also highlighting the importance of community engagement. It's very important to get the input from the general public of Bichoko on this particular new school, how it's going to be structured, how it's going to look, and obviously where it's going to be located as well, because I'm getting calls on that. So I'm sure that my leadership will get calls, and through also the department too. Mr. Speaker, we have to keep in mind that the funding has been identified through GNWT, obviously with the assistance of the federal government. So the decision lies here. So that's why I'm asking this minister. Anyways, moving on to the next question, Mr. Speaker, because this is it will be an ongoing discussion. When can we predict to see? Obviously, we always talk about shovels in the ground for this new Chief Jim Bruno school. This is not a new concept, Mr. Speaker, and we've been discussing this project for some time now. Enough talking. Let's put this project into action where it's badly needed. When is that going to be happening? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if everything goes smooth, it's still a few years out. This is a big project if it is a new build, and so we would be looking at completion of construction by 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker. Speaker, Minister touched on federal engagement. I'm assuming that federal has been approached because the chief, my leadership last year we met, and there was a clear direction to the minister that we need this to happen, a new school replacement. So has the department reached out to federal government, and what's the status on that? 2025, by the time we reach that, Mr. Speaker, that's the next 4 years. It's going to be well over 30 years. We've been last renovation, and the school is deteriorating as we speak. So, Mr. Speaker, that will be over 60 years of age for our school. So, the latest status on the federal engagement, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we were moving forward with this, and in October, there was a decision made to move the coordination of federal engagement from project-specific working group that I mentioned earlier to the infrastructure cooperation agreement group that is part of the larger infrastructure agreement between the GNWT and the Tlicho. And so that has set us back a little bit. So we're still working on finalizing the terms of reference, and once that happens, then we can move forward. But in that time, there has been work done to identify who do we approach? What pots of money are available and that type of work. So it's not like we're sitting idle, but we haven't done, we're not in the position yet to do the full-on engagement, but I look forward to that happening relatively soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the minister responsible for NTPC. During the sitting, will the minister be able to table the terms of reference or other direction provided to the deputy ministers for the development of the NTPC governance option? If not, why?
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is currently undertaking a review of the NTPC governance structure, including how to improve the accountability of the corporation to the GNWT as well as the Legislative Assembly. The GNWT is currently developing a terms of reference for this review. One of the things we'd like to do before we finalize this document is to be able to sit down with the Standing Committee on Government Operations to seek some of the committee's input. I will commit to sharing this draft document with members, so prior to the conclusion of the sitting of this Legislative Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the minister if that work will be completed during this sitting and be able to have a date of when we should be expecting that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that the work on the governance options for Power Corporation has proceeded much more slower than any of us would expect or would like. We emerged from a particularly challenging than any other would like with the year of COVID. We are considering approaches to better resource this important work so it can be addressed in a more timely manner. So again, Mr. Speaker, I commit to providing an update to members along with the draft terms of reference document as previously mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the minister has mentioned that it's taken a long time to get here, and she has said that they're going, just to be clear, that they're going to be looking for assistance to finish this work. Has this been started? Has the minister's department or the deputy ministers of this board reached out and gotten help to develop this governance model options? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while the board will be engaged through this process, it is important to identify that the board is not undertaking the review itself. It just wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't even be appropriate for a public board to be able to undertake a review of its own governance structure. The review will be held by a public service, engaging experts as needed, giving advice to myself as Minister responsible for NWT Power Corporation. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the minister if they can get an arm's length review, so we're not having public servants review the NTPC board structure and governance, so that we get some good options and that they're not going to be, like I said in my member statements, they need to be arm's length from from the government. So please, I would ask the minister to commit to looking outside the public service to do this review. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we are committed to engaging the committee as this work advances. So the next step is to be able to meet with the Standing Committee on Government Operations, offer a briefing, seek input on this review, and perhaps maybe some of the input from the Standing Committee will be able to help provide some directions on how we proceed with the governance review. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker, following up to my member's statement regarding the lack of diabetes programs in smaller health centres and isolated communities, the Minister of Health and Social Services is tasked with ensuring the residents receive top-notch health care, even for the smaller communities. Can the Minister look into her department to see if they offer diabetes programs in the smaller health centres and in the isolated communities? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. What I can say is that community health nurses, nurse practitioners, and family physicians all provide diabetes care, and it's available in every community in the Northwest Territories. There's also specialized support that's available at Stanton from internal medicine specialists who are located here in Yellowknife. It's very important to us as a department that we ensure that all primary care providers, so that would be community health nurses, nurse practitioners, and so on, have strong core skills to provide appropriate care to diabetics. Obviously, this is a major disease in our territory and very debilitating. And so we want to make sure that people have access to excellent care wherever they live. There is a clinic that takes in people who are newly diagnosed with diabetes to try and help them understand their condition and how to manage it. This is located in Edmonton, and it is an Indigenous program, so it presents a culturally safe situation. But of course, enrollment is down because people don't want to go to Edmonton during COVID. So there is a delay in sending people down to this special clinic for those who are newly diagnosed. But that doesn't take away from the fact that care is available to them in every community here. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for that. Mr. Speaker, my own experience at my local health centre goes like this. I go in for blood work and wait eons. I then make an appointment to see another nurse. This is a totally different nurse. She states there is no record of any blood being taken. So she takes more blood. I don't hear or have any follow-up notice, so I go in again to see a different nurse. This is the third different nurse that's in our health center. She states there is no record of any blood drawn, nor anything sent out. At this point, I'm just about ready to faint. I don't believe they take people with diabetes seriously, and this is a serious detriment to providing the best health care the department can provide. In all seriousness, can the Minister have her department follow up with the health centres to determine what process is being implemented once blood work has been drawn, as these samples have to be sent out for analysis? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the process is this. The blood is drawn in the community the person is in, and it is then sent to Stanton Lab for processing. The reports are then sent back to the community through electronic medical records, and electronic medical records has instituted a set of rules which provide the nurse in charge or the primary caregiver in the community with a flag that says the lab results are back and that they are out of range, and attention needs to be paid with a follow-up appointment. And so it shouldn't matter who the nurse actually is in the given situation. The information is entered into the electronic medical records, and then, as I say, there is this flag that appears that says they need to follow up with the person whose blood was taken. And they then, of course, if if the values are out of range, they book a follow-up appointment and make sure that they are in contact with the patient to help him or her manage their condition. So at the moment, I feel that we are in a situation where even though staff changes in small community health centres, we in fact have a system that will carry diabetics through. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I know everything looks good when it's written on paper, and in this situation, that's all it is. Because I spoke to the nurse practitioner that saw me that day, and they says they don't have a program for diabetics in the health centers in my community. I would really like the minister to have her department really look into the situation, maybe firsthand even. Mr. Speaker, the lives of our diabetic residents lay in a balance of effective diabetes treatment programs, and we have to give it the weight it so deserves to ensure good, positive health outcomes for our people, especially the people in the smaller communities and the isolated communities also. Can the minister commit to providing resources to ensure an effective diabetes program for all the small communities of the Northwest Territories, especially Port Providence, Massey?
Member for Decho, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I invite the member to submit a request to the department to look into his case in particular and to sign a consent form so that the information can be shared with me and then with him so that we understand exactly what's going on there. We are confident that our diabetic care is good in every community. No doubt we could be better. And so to that end, we are instituting, as you may know, primary health care reform. This has a special focus on chronic conditions. It's being rolled out throughout the NWT. It was started last August, and moving into the Decho and Yellowknife regions in December, and then onwards to the other regions of the NWT. And so what primary health care reform does is ensure that there's this continuity of care among different practitioners. So between that and the flags on the electronic medical records, I feel confident that we can stay on top of the situation diabetics are in the small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why I need to sign a consent form. I'm already given my complaint to the minister. We don't have diabetic program in my community, and I don't believe in all the communities. I would like her to have her department investigate my health center. They drew blood from me twice. Where did it go? I don't have no results back yet. Nothing. I can't determine. I don't even have a program. You know, I told you I was in a program in Hay River. It was a very well laid out plan and program. My community, I don't have that. And I says, this is a debilitating disease that could get out of hand if we don't have any care in our communities. That's more just a comment, Mr. Speaker. Massey.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Would the Minister like to take that as a comment? Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my statement, when a patient indicates they want to enter treatment, they often must be medically detoxed prior to being sent south for treatment or going on the land. Can the minister explain the process for receiving medical detox in the Northwest Territories and what she is doing to address the barriers to accessing it? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all of the treatment facilities that we have contracts with do offer detox, either on-site or through a partnership with a local detox facility. In most cases, individuals do need to detox before they can start attending treatment. And there are several options, though, in addition to doing the detox on site at the facility in which they're going to do their addictions treatment. It's possible to detox in one of the NWT hospitals. That decision is made on a case-by-case basis with a physician referral that can be obtained through the local health practitioner, whether that's in a large centre or a smaller one. So the detox is as the member has said, a very important step in addictions-based treatment or on-the-land treatment or any kind of treatment, because alcohol dependency creates a physical dependency as well, and the effects of withdrawing have to be managed properly in a medical setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with the Minister. My contacts tell me that that is not the case, and it is very difficult, as I explained in my statement last night, getting somebody in for medical detox. Moving on, we have one of the highest rates of mental health issues for youth in Canada, yet we still don't have a child and adolescent psychiatric unit. Can the Minister tell me if such a unit is currently being planned, and if so, could she include timelines? If not, can the Minister explain why we're not ensuring adequate facilities for our most vulnerable? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by highlighting that inpatient mental health care is not best practice for children and youth. It's not a good idea to put them in hospital in an inpatient setting unless that's a last resort. So supporting youth rather in the community is what we consider to be the best practice at this point, and it's done through the child and youth care counselors who are available in the school and who we've spoken about quite often in this House, and also by the Child and Youth Mental Health Coordinator at Stanton Hospital. So the coordinator is leading a number of key initiatives to improve our approach to caring for children and youth with mental health needs, and some examples are working with the Stanton Territorial Pediatric Inpatient Unit to develop inpatient psychiatric admission processes and programming for youth who do need this service, working with the Stanton team to build care pathways, therapeutic resources, aftercare, and staff capacity for caring for this population, supporting health centre staff across the territory with mental health systems navigation and building their skill sets to care for children and youth in need of mental health services, and leading the implementation of the Northwest Territories partnership with the Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto to improve access to specialized child psychiatric services across our regions and communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also state that I think a psychiatric unit doesn't necessarily always mean a facility or a building, but perhaps a unit that's dedicated professionals and staff to look after child and adolescents specifically. I'm grateful to hear that the Minister does have people looking towards improving these supports. Last, I would just like to know if the Minister is prepared to first acknowledge, then act to address the growing medical crisis we are facing when it comes to supporting our people that are struggling with mental health and addictions. When the Minister responds to ask me where to prove that we're in a crisis to my questions, then I would state back that even one person falling through the cracks is a crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, I recognize the member and I don't agree on this. She's been soliciting horror stories on Facebook and apparently has been very gratified with that. What we know from the Canadian Institute for Health Information is that there isn't a significant change in the number of hospitalizations, so it's not correct to characterize it as a crisis. We do know that mental health is a significant issue in this territory. We invest in it every year. We know that the issues are complex, that they are rooted in social determinants of health, and in some cases specifically in our shameful legacy of colonization and residential schools. So we continue to provide through a number of avenues which I've made the member aware of to support people who have mental health issues so that they can recover and live their best lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state that I think it's disgusting that the minister would characterize my wanting to advocate for my constituents and residents of this territory as collecting horror stories that I find gratifying. I find it disgusting, and I find it disgusting that the minister does not accept that she is in the middle of a crisis, that the pandemic is only accelerating that crisis, and if she's going to continue to deny the problem, we aren't going to see any solutions, and we're only going to see things get worse. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Take that as a comment.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to challenge that matter on a point of order. Thank you.
We'll take that under advisement and get back to the House. Just to be clear, I'd like to ask what your point of order is.
My point of order is that the member was impugning motives to me which are not, it's not valid. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll Thank you, member, for our minister. We'll take this under advisement because usually we offer debate, and we'll get back to this tomorrow, hopefully, or we'll report back tomorrow on our decision and offer debate at that time. Thank you. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I'll be the first to admit that my internet skills are not the greatest, but I can't seem to find anything about the mysterious Minimum Wage Committee on any GNWT website. Nothing can be found about its mandate, composition, or the 2014 and 2018 reports. Can the Minister explain the nearly total absence of public information on the Minimum Wage Committee? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, I think the member stated that apparently there's a minimum wage committee. Apparently there's this a mysterious minimum wage committee, and I can assure the member it's not apparently, it does in fact exist. He might recall from the half dozen times I mentioned it in this House. Google, I'm sure, checks Hansard as well, and so it probably came up with explanations of this committee that I've given in the past. It is a committee made up of 2 members of industry, 2 members of labor, and a member representing an NGO, and they meet every 2 years to discuss potential changes to the minimum wage, and they provide the Minister of the day with 3 options and their rationale. This is not a public document, as it is a recommendation made to a member of the Executive Council, but in respect to the terms of reference and more information like that, I appreciate that the member did bring this to our attention. I don't want there to be any mystery around this, so we will provide some more information on the website so that next time the member Googles it, it'll be very clear and front and center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I wish all mysteries could be solved as easily as the Minister says, but I do appreciate his efforts to try to bring some greater transparency on this. So when I raised the questions about the NWT wage top-up program and the relationship to the minimum wage, the Minister of Finance had mentioned the Minimum Wage Committee is working away on this. But can the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment briefly describe what this committee is doing and the schedule for increasing the minimum wage? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I stated, the committee met a number of times. They put together a report. I received that report. I shared the report before Christmas with the Standing Committee on Social Development. I received feedback from the Standing Committee on Social Development in January, I believe, and I'm now considering options going forward. The wage top-up program administered by Finance is time limited. I believe the Minister stated yesterday it ends on February 28th. And so I consider things like that. I consider the fact that we're in a pandemic, our borders are closed, and that the majority of those earning minimum wage are in the hardest hit sectors of our economy. Servers, people like that. So there's a lot to consider here, and I'm having conversations with my cabinet colleagues. I'm happy to have more conversations with members, and I'll make a determination at some point in the coming weeks, I imagine, just so that everyone is aware of what's happening and has plenty of heads up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for continuing to shed light on the Minimum Wage Committee and its work. Since April 1st, 2020, the effective minimum wage for the NWT has been basically $18 an hour through the wage top-up program. This has now been taken up by about 9% of the total NWT labor force. This program is not going to go on forever, as the Minister said, but it's also a clear indication of how ridiculously low our minimum wage actually is. Can the Minister tell us whether it is his intention to roll back the effective minimum wage for 9% of our workforce to something less than $18 an hour? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have control over anything called an effective minimum wage. In the Employment Standards Act, there's a minimum wage, which is the minimum amount that an employer can legally pay. Right now, that's $13.46, and there are options in front of me to either keep it static or potentially increase it. But I'm not rolling anything back. I can promise that any changes, it won't go down to $13 or $12 an hour. It won't go back to $6.50, which is what I was making when I was in high school. I can guarantee the member that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. So when I was in high school, I was getting $1.25 an hour. But look, this is irrelevant. The fact is that people are now getting $20 an hour through the wage top-up program, and it could actually, that $20 an hour is going to get rolled back when this program ends, and we're not going to increase the minimum wage to $18 an hour. People are going to have their wages rolled back. That's the fact of it. So our minimum wage and even the wage top-up program do not provide a living wage of around $24 an hour for people living in Inuvik, Hay River, or Yellowknife, let alone the smaller communities. Can the Minister explain how we can ever lift people out of poverty when 9% of our labour force makes the minimum wage, which does not even get close to a living wage? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's probably the biggest question I've ever been asked. It's multifaceted. It's not just mandating a minimum wage of a certain amount. If I were to mandate a minimum wage of a living wage, $25 an hour, we'd be putting people out of business, and the cost of goods would be going up because the cost of doing business goes up, so we need a new living wage. What we need is a cross-government approach. There was recently, there's been a lot of talk of guaranteed basic income in this House. British Columbia just looked at this. They undertook a study. It took 2 years. They had an independent commission. They looked at 40 different reports. And what conclusion did they come to when the report was released just last month? They said that a guaranteed basic income probably isn't going to solve all the issues. What you need are targeted supports. You need to deal with people if they have addictions issues. You need to make sure that there are jobs for people to have. You need to make sure people can be trained. You need to make sure people have housing. Just throwing money at a problem, as simple as it seems, and that's probably the allure of it, it doesn't necessarily mean that it works. So we are undertaking a review of the income assistance program to ensure that we're helping people get over that welfare wall, get out of poverty. We're undertaking a review of the Student Financial Assistance Act to see if there are barriers to people getting training. We're looking at our apprentice programs and how we support businesses and people who want to become journey persons to see if we can help facilitate that. I have 11 minutes left, and I'm sure I can fill the entire 11 minutes, but I'll leave it at that. There's a lot going on, Mr. Speaker. Everything we do here, everything we do in this Assembly is to get people out of poverty. It's to improve the lives of our residents. It doesn't lie solely on myself as Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, and it certainly isn't tied solely to the minimum wage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just not having a great day. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Justice in regards to the integrated case management team. As you heard in my statement today, people can't just walk into integrated case management and self-refer. They have to be referred by a department. So I'm asking the Minister to please create a process where NWT residents can self-refer to ICM. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And full disclosure, I've had a number of conversations with the member about this. I know she's very passionate about it, and I understand why. As MLAs, we all deal with our constituents, and we all feel their frustration when they can't get services that they want to access. And integrated case management has been a very successful program to help individuals with a lot of needs who access a lot of different departments. It's been able to help them find the help that they need. Right now, there are around 95 clients who have pathfinders, as they're called, assigned to them. But there's also a large waiting list. So even without self-referral, we have a very large waiting list. And if there was self-referral, it would then put more burden on ICM program to sift through those people to see, okay, who do we take next? At least with the process as it is, there is that filtering process is done. And that's not to say that everyone who should be referred has been referred, but we're trying to do better. And while we're not looking at a self-referral model, we are doing a lot of the things that the member has already spoken about in terms of making it easier to access programs as they are, as opposed to having somebody walk with you while you access them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that given the large wait list of ICM, and if you even take a look at the House business papers of what people are choosing to talk about these days, this is a big problem, and this is a big problem that needs our attention. When NWT residents cannot find doors to open to get services, that's a huge problem. It is our job to open those doors for them and to fix this system so that it actually works for the people of the Northwest Territories. I haven't been very kind to the Minister, I feel, on this subject matter. I have persistently come back to him on this one, and I feel that just simply saying that ICM cannot, that people cannot refer to ICM just strictly, it's not good enough. I don't think that ICM, given its huge success, is a place where people should be finding a dead end. And so will the Minister commit to not only, if the Minister can't commit at this point in time to allowing people to self-refer to ICM, will the Minister create a process so that nobody finds a dead end at ICM? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a recently review of integrated case management done, and from that there were a number of recommendations, a number of very good recommendations, and we are moving forward with implementing some of those. But those alone won't solve the members' concerns. The big issue is when one of her constituents attends a single office, that they are not then being referred to perhaps other services that they could be. They're not getting the type of assistance in that moment that perhaps would help them along and help them help themselves. And not everyone needs a pathfinder with them, but perhaps some people need a different interaction when they interact with any frontline worker, especially when it's related to poverty or addictions or things like that. So there's a lot of research that shows that it is the interactions they have with the frontline workers that can solve a lot of those issues without referring someone to ICM. So if we change that, how people interact, and what's expected of employees when they're presented with certain situations, then we can go a long way to alleviating some of these concerns. And that really is a client-centered focus when it comes to service. And I want to assure the member that ICM isn't the end-all and be-all, but it is part of a larger transformation that is currently happening in the GNWT, and that is integrated service delivery. And what that is a very client-centered model of providing programs and services. It starts with a focus on the individual. It requires change within the organization, a culture change, and then it involves governance changes as well in how we develop policies, we develop legislation, and so it really is, it's more of a long-term goal, but I want to assure the member that it is something that is happening and that a lot of people are very committed to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that ICM is not the be-all, end-all, and I was trying to hopefully pick up a yes in the minister's response there from me, or sorry, to me. But my point being that yes, ICM is not the be-all, end-all, but ICM cannot join the team of dead ends within the GNWT. ICM needs to have a solution for people who show up at the door and are asking for help. If somebody comes to the government of the Northwest Territories asking for help, the government needs to say yes. The government does not need to say you're at the wrong door, try another door. And so what I'm asking the minister today is, will he turn ICM into a real door instead of a fake one for people who don't have government referral? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for education or justice, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To call ICM a fake door is really doing a disservice to the work that's been done by that team. They've helped a lot of people. The reason the member is advocating for it is because they've helped so many people. But they can only do so much, and to add another element, it's just not possible at this time. That being said, I get what the member is saying. When someone shows up, what do we do? Ideally, they should be going to the service they need, but for whatever reason, they might show up at ICM. And I can look into that and have a discussion again, another one of our offline discussions with the member. But I just wanted to be assured that this is something that take very seriously. It's a passion project of mine. I can't say that when I got another department, I thought, oh great, I got so much time to fill another department. But when I really started getting into integrated service delivery and ICM, I really did get excited because it is one of the most important things I think this government is doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the minister's efforts and the minister's time, and I can definitely say the minister has given me a lot of time on this topic. I can also say that my intent is not to downplay the work that ICM does. ICM is incredibly effective at the work that they do, but I just believe that client service for the people of the Northwest Territories should not be held within one small 4-person division within justice. It really is the entire government needs to learn from ICM and needs to be able to be more like let's all be more like ICM. And so does the minister commit to helping me identify and open some dead ends in other government departments so that we can work through this together a little bit quicker, because I am slightly impatient. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think I could stop the member from sending me email requests and coming to my office and chatting about this. So she can keep bringing those issues to us, and I will keep trying to work through them with her, and I will leave some time on the clock because I know we have another member ready to ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Minister Simpson for allowing me some time on the clock. My question is a question I've asked the Minister of Lands multiple times, but I want to acknowledge that I'm excited for the implementation of the Public Lands Act and for the regulations to come into force. I think this is an important step. It's an important step in having control of public land in the NWT. But my concern is largely with my constituents and their private land. So my question is does the implementation of the public lands regulations contain any work to convert long-standing leases to title? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the member for coming to me and talking to me about this. I know it's a very important issue for him, and I thank him for that. So I'm going to probably run out the clock, but that's all right because I'm the last one talking here today. So to give this answer, I need to be very clear and provide as much information as I can to the member and the people of his constituency. Outside the community boundaries, the development controls can be regulated through the Area Development Act. The the Area Development Act regulates development on both private and public land in designated development areas. For the Ingham Trail, development controls regulations only exist for Cassidy Point and the Yellowknife watershed area. Outside of these areas, there are no development controls currently in place. Before we look at simple land sales along the Ingham Trail, new regulations will need to be developed under the Area Development Act to ensure the land is managed effectively. The development of land is currently focused on bringing the Public Land Act into force, and will review the Area Development Act once this has been completed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My issue with the insistence of having an Area Development Act regulations done after the Public Land Act regulations are done means I'll be asking this question in 4 years. And additionally, I'd like to point out that there are multiple areas with title outside of the Area Development Act. Prelude Lake has titled land. Therefore, there are no area development controls that the minister says is a prerequisite for getting title. So can the minister explain that? For example, is there any restrictions in place for those people on Prelude with title? Could they, for example, build an apartment building or a skyscraper, for instance? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope it's not a skyscraper, but it'll be really interesting to see, though. To answer the question, the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act would guide development activities. Construction of the apartment building would trigger the need for several permits and authorization under the MVRMA. Any title, land, or leases within the territorial parks may also have restrictions for development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I assure the minister that the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and our land and water boards were not designed for regulating people's properties and whether they want to put a greenhouse on their lot. The idea that they have to apply for a land use permit to the Land and Water Board in order to change their property is just, it is one of these things that Lands has created and is refusing to adjust. Mr. Speaker, right now the department knows that there are numerous people living on the trail in recreational leases, and they are not allowed to do that. They are not allowed to live in recreational leases, and yet the department refuses to either enforce this or give them residential leases. Does the efforts to implement the Public Land Act have any solutions, or does the department plan to address this issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I hear the members' challenges in that. It's something that I inherited and we're working on. The department is working hard to get these issues addressed. There's lots of land issues and we need to focus on where our energy is right now, and we're focusing on that. So currently the department doesn't issue residential leases outside the community boundaries. Lease types are under discussion through the Public Land Act work that is expected to be completed by 2023. I encourage all residents to visit the Government of Northwest Territories land website and click on Have Your Say selection to provide input on how the Government of Northwest Territory regulates public land. Public consultation on the Public Land Act are currently underway. The first phase of engagement will be open until February 12th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I heard that maybe by 2023, when we bring the public land out, we'll be looking at leases, and maybe then it'll be possible for people to legally live in their houses on the Ingham Trail. So my question is, is the department have any plans to enforce the people living in violation of their leases? Perhaps I can get a commitment of the minister that despite these people living in violation of their leases, as they have done for decades, it's actually okay. Maybe I can get the minister to tell me what is the plan for all of these people living in violation of their leases, and the department does nothing about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this time, the department's priorities enforcing on addressing unauthorized occupancy. The member should know about that. There's over 550 unauthorized occupancies within the North Slave area. So we need to focus where our energy needs to be focused on, and that is unauthorized occupancy. I inherited it. It's over 50 years of work, so work has to be done. So yeah, I understand there's some challenges here, but we need to work on what our focus is. We also, if the department receives complaints about using a cabin that is inconsistent with the purpose stated in the lease agreement, the department will follow up on these on a case-by-case basis. So if the member wants to bring forth concerns that people are not using these leases properly, please bring it to the department and we will address it. We will work on that. We want to make sure people use public land properly. So if the member has these concerns that he's saying there's a whole bunch of people not using the leases properly, please bring them forward and we will be more than willing to address them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Okay, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to rise on a point of order. During oral questions, the Minister of Health and Social Services contravened Rule 24(H) and (I) by making an allegation against me and imputing false motives to me by saying I was gratified by collecting the mental health horror stories of constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. I will allow debate on both points of orders at this time. So we'll start with, Great Slave Brochers. Well, we'll just start with the first one that we had, sorry. The one Ms. Green brought forward, and then we'll deal with yours. No, we'll do it now. Yes. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to suggest this debate be deferred until tomorrow so that I can consult the Hansard record to capture exactly what the member said. Thank you.
And is that on your point of order? Yes. Okay. Okay, we'll continue with Ms. Member for Great Slave's point of order today. Allow debate? Yes. Okay. Just stand.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also respectfully request that I can defer this till tomorrow so that I can also check Hansard, as well as allow myself to calm down and speak to this matter properly. Thank you.
Okay, we will continue tomorrow. Please check Hansard and do your research, and we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you very much. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following documents. Northwest Territories Energy Initiatives Report, reporting on actions under the 2030 Energy Strategy for 2019-2020. Masicho, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. NWT Climate Change Action Plan Annual Report 2019-2020 and responding to the climate change on the NWT Plain Language Overview Report 2019-2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for the Northwest Territories Housing Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. Follow-up letter to oral questions 481-19, bracket 2, Elders Housing, and follow-up to letter oral questions 482-19, bracket 2, Hiring Local. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for... Oops. Yes. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, February 11th, 2021, I will move the following motion. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Thursday, February 11th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Friday, February 12th, 2021 at 10 a.m. And further, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Friday, February 12th, 2021, it shall be adjourned until Tuesday, February 23rd, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. And further, that prior to February 23rd, 2021, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a later time than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters. Member Statement 77-19 brackets 2. Table Document 165-19 brackets 2. Table Document 166-19 brackets 2. Table Document 167-19 brackets 2. And Table Document 286-19 brackets 2. Before we continue, by the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House with member for Inuvik-Twin Lake signature.
Is the wish committee, Mr. Norn?
Marcy Madam Chair, committee wishes to continue a review of table document 286-19 bracket 2 main estimates 2021-2022 for the Department of Finance. Marcy.
Does the committee agree? Well, we'll take a short recess and resume. Beginning on page 150 with Oh, yes. Sorry, I better stop and Minister Minister, will you, or Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort the witnesses into the chamber? We were going to make you fly solo. All right. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses for the record?
Madam Chair, I have Sandy Kalgatkar here with me today, Deputy Minister of Finance and Secretary to the Financial Management Board. Also Jamie Cooey, Deputy Secretary to the Financial Management Board.
Thank you and welcome. We will continue on where we left off, Management Board Secretariat beginning on page 150 with information items on page 154, and then we will go to member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a question about the aviation sector support. I do believe that we need to be providing support for the aviation sector to continue to provide service, particularly to smaller communities. I know this was federal funding. And I think I heard the minister say at some point that none of this was going to go into like bonuses for directors and things like that. What is this money actually covered in? Are there restrictions on what it can be used for? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there were so far 2 rounds of funding, both of which were predominantly supported by the federal government, but also topped up by the GNWT. And with respect to what it entailed, the first round was, I believe, in the form of a grant. However, the second didn't come with a contribution agreement, and the second round of funding did have some stipulations as part of that agreement. I don't have that agreement with me, Madam Chair, but I believe either Mr. Kalgatkar or Mr. Cooey may have that information if I might direct it to them.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Kalgatkar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the second round was, in fact, in term contribution agreement, like the minister had indicated. There were conditions that went with that funding. Number one, as the MLA had indicated, that they couldn't use it to pay for bonuses or any other large capital investments. It was essentially to keep minimum essential flights schedule services going into communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Just want to move down the page to the NWT Heritage Fund. And I know that my colleague from Athabasca was asking some questions yesterday about this. This just appears as a straight $7,600,000 contribution into the Heritage Fund each year. But I know this gets reconciled somehow, but when I turn over to Roman numeral 12 of the main estimates, it shows that the non-renewable resource revenues figures are shown there. There's also the net fiscal benefit to Aboriginal peoples on that page. And those figures just don't match up. So, and there's contribution to the NWT Heritage Fund on Roman numeral page 12. Why is it reported differently on that page than on this one? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, what the page here, I believe, is looking at would be the projections or estimates of where this is going to end up year over year, and it's based on numbers that were established at the time of devolution, whereas the summary of resource revenue sharing, I believe, is a more accurate estimate. But again, if I could, for perhaps a more technical response, if I could turn it over to the Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amount that's in the Management Report Secretariat is the base budget that we have established for that. That was, as the Minister said, established when we signed the devolution agreement. The page called Summary of Resource Revenue Sharing, page Roman numeral 12, and the summary pages of the main estimates is a illustration of how that calculation is made based on the estimated resource revenues that we're anticipating to be collected those fiscal years. The page probably can benefit from a note explanation to the bottom of what the purpose of that page is, and we can certainly do that going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. You know, and then if you scroll down further into the main estimates, the page 321, there's a single page that deals with the NWT Heritage Fund. I know we haven't got to that yet, Madam Chair, but it shows different numbers for the Heritage Fund. So I've got 3 different sets of numbers for the Heritage Fund in here. You know, how would a member of the public know what is actually the real figure without some notes or some? It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I don't know why we're using devolution estimates. It's never come true. Quite frankly, I think it's just kind of misleading for anybody picking this up. Wouldn't know exactly what's going into the Heritage Fund. Other than perhaps, I guess, Roman numeral 12 is our best guesstimate at this point. Is that the case? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, I mean, there certainly are different numbers, each one serving a different purpose or having a different function. You know, and I wasn't able to get to page 321, but certainly with respect to the page that we're on right now, it's the base budget approach to budgeting, where this is the base budget that's been allotted and that remains here. And then, you know, again, the summary of resource revenue sharing is actually a summary based on actual estimates, or at least rather the estimate of the actuals. But you know, again, and I think this was suggested yesterday, that we can take some effort to shift the direction in which the way in which these are reported, of course keeping in line with necessary accounting standards. But I don't disagree to it as much as possible, again, as long as we're continuing to align with the accounting standards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess just a little heads up that I'm going to be asking the Minister's sister Minister of ITI about the catastrophic decline in resource revenues when we get to the ITI budget, because that's really what feeds the net fiscal benefit transfer to the Aboriginal parties, which others have said it is similarly going to decline from predicted $10 million here to as little as $572,000. So that's like, 90% or more decline. But I'll leave that to when we get to ITI. The Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link number that's shown in here, what does that really represent? Is that the annual payments that we are now giving to Northwestel as the P3 operator of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm going to direct that, if you don't mind, to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister Kilguptar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a big chunk of it is for the service payment that we make to Northwestel on an annual basis. Another portion of it, I believe, about $2 million of it is for the remediation costs that we have in our budget to make sure that the fiber line is still working in accordance with the permits that were assigned to the Department of Finance. We do have annual remediation obligations to make sure that that line is up to those standards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for the information. So the revenues from this, I don't know where I got this, were around $1.2 million. So we're obviously paying a lot more than what we're getting back out of this. I was in the last assembly. My impression was that this was going to sort of, at some point, transition into maybe closer to a break-even kind of situation. We're certainly nowhere near that now. Are we getting the kind of revenues that we expected out of that were predicted out of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have the revenue page in front of me, so if I could direct it over to the Deputy Minister and see if we have that information here, and if not, we would commit to getting that to the member.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Kyle-Guktar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the estimated revenue, as the member is correct, it's about $1.2 million. That's based on the current customers that we have on the line right now, which I believe we have 8 customers on the line. When we did the business case for the fiber, we did anticipate that for the first part of the project, the government would be providing most of the shortfall, and as more and more satellite facilities became operational into that area, then the project will start paying for itself. But it was anticipated that would happen far into the project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the carbon tax offset. Can the minister explain to me the purpose of that program? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so the carbon tax offset is in place to offset the carbon tax that's imposed on a variety of different fuel taxes. So the offset is there to ensure that particularly residents in the Northwest Territories, as well, residents and businesses in the Northwest Territories, have some ability to offset the impact of the carbon tax. So this is done by way of rebates and offsets that continue to increase as the carbon tax itself continues to increase over time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, I'm wondering about that program, your offsetting stuff. I know it's to help people that are actually paying for their own fuel. But I also note at the same time that there are many residents that live in public housing units with the NWT Housing Corporation that don't actually pay into that. Because we're giving back a lot of money to the residents. I don't know how much of this is actually kept by the GNWT. I'm just thinking more in line of using the offsets that we get, or the tax that we get, and line it up more for green energy projects. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the cost of living offset does go to all residents, and there's certainly a portion that is also available for large emitters in terms of their ability to undertake projects with respect to more green type energy. But for specific to the example of someone who may be living in public housing, they would still have access to the cost of the living offset. They may not necessarily receive some of the more specific ones, but and then Yeah, but sorry, so I guess that's to answer the question. Everyone does get the cost of living offset regardless of whether they're paying into it or not. Essentially, it's being subsidized by some of the larger recipient or larger increases or larger revenue sources that we have on this. And then it is also, I should note, really it's derived from the Canada system, the Canada-wide system. So, you know, there's some inability to be we can't be too flexible about what we're doing here. To a certain degree, we'd have to go back and make sure that we're in line with the expectations that we have to comply with our agreement with Canada. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member, are there any further questions under the Management Board Secretariat? Seeing no questions, I'll call the page. Finance Management Board Secretariat Operations Expenditures Summary 2021-2022 Main Estimates $97,683,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. We will now move into page 155, Office of the Comptroller General, with information on page 158 to 162. The information items, on the Northwest Territories Heritage Fund and Liquor and Cannabis Revolving Fund, sorry. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 156. My question is the $9 million interest on the Decho Bridge. Can I just get a refresher of how long we will be paying that for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my recollection is, let's not go with my recollection. Let me ask the Deputy Minister if he has a more certain recollection rather than that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we entered into, when we assumed the Decho Bridge debt, the debt was for, I believe, a 40-year bond, and I believe we still have, it ends in 2046. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps this is just not me understanding how things are listed here. I also see we have short-term interest here. Can I just get clarification that these two interest payments then show up on the overall debt figures for the GNWT and the borrowing plan? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, I believe that's correct.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the Decho Bridge, long past any of us in this House's time, but it's a reminder that, we love these large infrastructure payments, and perhaps at the time they seem very, enticing, but I don't look forward to the member who has to sit here in 2046 and ask why we're still paying $9 million a year in interest, or actually perhaps by that time we'll have paid some of it down. I'm not sure how the financing works, but moving on there, can I get clarification? We spend $7 million here on a territorial subsidy program. My understanding is that then subsidizes the rate of power across the Northwest Territories, essentially to be pinned at the rate in Yellowknife. Can I just get a little bit more clarification if that's correct and how that works? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is slightly more complicated than that, Madam Chair, and if I could direct it over to the Deputy Minister, please.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what the power subsidy program does is provide residents in the thermal rate zone to equalize the rates to the rates that the Yellowknife residents pay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so I guess I have some issues with this showing up in the finance budget. I recognize perhaps there's an argument to be made that we should subsidize power in the smaller communities, the the thermal communities, aka diesel communities, and providing power to those communities is extremely costly. But I just question why this shows up in finance. The Power Corp already has a variance of rates used for different regions. There is already a formula set out for, Fort Smith, I believe, plays less power than Hay River, and Hay River pays a little less than or more than Yellowknife, and, there's different rates based on the infrastructure and the costing that the Power Corp has done. And as an arm's length government or corporation, can I just get some reasoning as to why we then go and give them more money for this specific program? It seems out of touch with how they do the rest of their programming. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, not being responsible for the Power Corporation, I'm not well placed to answer this, but let me see if I could direct it to the Deputy Minister. He may be able to fill in some details.
Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because the Controller General's office is the one who makes the payments to the Power Corp, that's why the subsidy shows up in the finance budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll leave that one as it is. It's there because it's there. I've asked this previously. The Internal Audit Bureau does a number of functions. I actually am very unclear exactly what they do or what their reports look like because they are confidential and I've never seen one. But one of my concerns is that we are going through a process to renew our financials, and in much of that work, the Comptroller General and the Internal Audit Bureau, I believe, already does. Or at least the description of what they're supposed to do includes things such as risk assessment or evaluation of value for money of programming. Is the Minister willing to share the reports of the Internal Audit Bureau with committee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, the Internal Audit Bureau doesn't do program evaluation or sort of the value for dollar necessarily in the same way as an accredited evaluator would. They are responsible, certainly they do evaluations and examinations that look at risk and do risk assessments across different departments. So I need to take away and see what information we can provide. I certainly would like to ensure that the work that they are doing is more accessible. So I'm not quite, I have had some conversations with the department, but we haven't quite landed on where and how to best make that information available. So I will commit to getting something, and I have every confidence that if the members of the committee are unsatisfied, that we will discuss that for some further detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moving on to the medical travel assistance line, $8,788,000. I believe this is the medical travel that applies to GNWT workers only. My understanding is also that when you compare this number to the amount of GNWT workers and their dependents that it serves compared to the medical travel larger for the territory, it's clear we're paying a much higher rate for GNWT workers' medical travel. Can I just have the Minister speak to some of the reasons for that and I guess some of the extras that you get in medical travel when you are a GNWT employee? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister of Finance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, member is correct. This is a line item that is reflective of basically an employee benefit. So not dissimilar to the fact that other workplaces would have medical or dental or other medical or other type benefits. This is a specifically medical benefit that is part of the collective bargaining agreement that is negotiated on behalf of GNWT employees. As to the specifics, I actually may well have been in response to a question from one of the MLAs recently that I have had that outlined, but if I could, perhaps I'll see if the Deputy Minister has that handy, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have it handy, but as the Minister had indicated, our benefits are driven by what is negotiated in the collective agreement. The most significant change or difference between what the employees get and versus what NWT residents get is really some of the travel benefits that they're entitled to, because we're driven by, they try to mirror the medical travel benefits that employees get, the benefits for from GNBT duty travel, which are driven by per diems and certain types of airfare. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize this is, driven by collective bargaining, and that is what it is. We always try to find some sort of agreement at the bargaining table, but I think there's a bit of an equity here when, if you're a GNWT worker, your medical travel is much better than if you're a general member of the public, and you get all I just heard you get your per diems covered based on a GNWT rate, and I can see the justification for providing our employees per diems when traveling for work, but I'm not sure that same justification applies on medical travel when they could just as well use the medical travel that is good enough for every other NWT resident at a much lesser cost. So, I don't have control over collective bargaining, but my question for the Minister, is this something she's willing to bring to the collective bargaining table and look at as a potential cost-saving area? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so many members of the general public actually have access to their own medical plans through their own employers and their own employee benefit plans. So, I just want to caution that, there's certainly, it's not maybe not quite fair or accurate to compare this to every member of the general public. I also have no doubt that there are many members of the general public who do not have access to any kind of medical plans, and or certainly not one that is equivalent to this, but they may have other benefits that accrue to them. We certainly have a generous medical benefit for employees, and it's part of collective bargaining. But as to the details and contents of collective bargaining, I'm not in a position to sit here right now and make a commitment, because that's something that goes through a deputy minister's committee process, goes through cabinet, and is one that is taken fairly seriously and considered quite carefully in light of the importance and the fact that we have on the importance of having our staff and our collective bargaining go in a way that is respectful. And also, I suppose I frankly should note that there is an outstanding notice to bargain right now, so I would not be in a position to make any commitments one way or the other. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Comments or questions from members regarding the Office of the Comptroller? All right, seeing none. No further questions. Please turn to page 156. Finance Office of the Comptroller General Operations Expenditure Summary 2020-2021. Main estimate $76,631,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you. Members, please return now to the departmental summary found on page 137. Finance Operations Expenditures Total Department 2021-2022 main estimates $301,826,000. Mr. Norn.
Madam Chair, I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Finance at this time. Mr. Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. Further consideration of Department of Finance Operations Expenditures Total Department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant-at-Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. We'll take a couple, about 5 minutes, just to give the minister the next department. 286-19-2, main estimates 2021-2022. Does the Minister of Education and Employment have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Committee, I'm here to present the 2021-2022 main estimates for the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $13.3 million, or 3.9% over the 2020-2021 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the Department of Education, Culture and Employment while continuing to meet the GNWT's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of the proposed estimates include forced growth funding of $4.3 million, including an additional $4.1 million to address the increased demand on the Income Assistance Program, and $222,000 to establish 2 student records coordinator positions, each with a 2-year term, to handle record requests related to the Federal Indian Day School class action settlement. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $2.591 million to support new initiatives. This amount is comprised of $1.17 million to expand senior secondary Northern Distance Learning Program in 20 small communities, $508,000 to establish 3 regional-based career and education advisor positions to enhance post-secondary awareness and employment opportunities for grades 9 to 12 students, $306,000 to support the modernization of the Education Act, $265,000 to support the development and implementation of competency-based professional standards for JK-12 educators, to improve educators' certification processes, and to increase opportunities for educators to access online professional collaboration. $177,000 to support the quality assurance requirements needed under the Post-Secondary Education Act, and $165,000 to continue Phase 3 and undertake Phase 4 of the NWT School and Community Child and Youth Care Counselors Program. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $8.893 million for other adjustments, which includes $4.255 million to continue supporting JK-12 schools in remaining open during the pandemic, $1.088 million to implement 2 new benefits to support post-secondary students in their technology needs during the COVID-19 pandemic, $774,000 to increase the valuation allowance provision of the Student Loan Revolving Fund, $711,000 to provide additional funding for minority and second language education programs in accordance with the newly signed Canada-NWT Cooperation Agreement, $600,000 to support labor market recovery efforts in response to the COVID-19 pandemic in the NWT, $600,000 to fund the development of an Indigenous Languages Adult Immersion Diploma in partnership with Aurora College, the University of Victoria, and Indigenous governments, $500,000 to continue an infrastructure fund to assist early learning and childcare programs with a cost of property improvements or new construction needed to offer new or expanded licensed programming, and $365,000 to maintain 12 multi-person family housing units for Aurora College in Inuvik. These increases are partially offset by a total decrease of $2.299 million, reflecting funding scheduled to sunset on March 31st, 2021. The sunsets reflect year-over-year changes in departmental activities in Northern Distance Learning and Northern Studies expansion, time-limited funding of Aurora College housing in Inuvik, time-limited funding of a student records coordinator position, as well as redirection of child and youth care counselors, implementation funding from ECE to Health and Social Services. These estimates continue to support the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly by implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples through continued support for Indigenous language revitalization initiatives, advancing universal childcare by increasing availability and affordability by continuing to implement the actions identified in the Right from the Start, a framework and action plan for early childhood development in the NWT 2013-2023, and the Early Learning and Childcare Canada-NWT Bilateral Agreement and Action Plan. Increasing student education outcomes to the same level as the rest of Canada through increased opportunities in all NWT small schools through Northern Distance Learning, and the implementation of an action plan that responds to the Education Renewal and Innovation Framework Evaluation 2020 and the Office of the Auditor General of Canada report on early childhood to grade 12 education in the NWT 2020. Enabling seniors to age in place with dignity by increasing the senior home heating subsidy and creating a separate income assistance program tailored to seniors and persons with disabilities, and transforming Aurora College into an accredited and independent polytechnic university by continuing to develop the Polytechnic University Implementation Plan. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Would the Minister please introduce his witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With us today, we have Ms. Rita Mueller, Deputy Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment, and Mr. Sam Shannon, Assistant Deputy Minister, Corporate Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Committee, I would just like to remind everyone today to just, for the Minister and his witnesses and the members, to address their questions through the chair. Thank you. We've agreed to forego general comments. Does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, we will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with corporate management starting on page 33 with information item on page 34. Questions from members? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think probably of all the legislative work that is released in the business plan is on the legislative agenda, the Education Act is the most significant that this House has decided to take on. I also note that I think there's, for whatever reason, when you look across GNWT departments, there's just the policy, legislation, and sometimes it includes communications, sometimes it doesn't, shops, just very widely in size. And for no real reason, you know, I think E&R's shop is about 12 people, and which is, you know, the same size, if not small, or larger than EC&E's, despite, you know, a completely different workload. So all that to say, I think there's probably a larger issue of making sure each department has a fair, you know, relative to the other department policy shop compared to workload. But I'm concerned that this department specifically does not have the capacity to take on the Education Act. And I think the minister has spoke to this previously, that, you know, in some jurisdictions, entire there would be hundreds of people working on curriculum. You know, there would be dozens and dozens of people trying to take on this work, and we're obviously a jurisdiction that can't afford to do that. But I was hoping the minister could speak to whether he thinks the capacity for in this policy and legislation shop is sufficient to bring forward the Education Act on time and to the full extent that I think it needs to be changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Thank you, and committee will note there's a couple extra positions here to assist with that type of work, and I believe that we will be able to bring the act in on time, and more importantly, to do the work to the extent it needs to be done. And honestly, I'm more concerned about doing it right than doing it quickly, and if that means adjusting timelines at the end of the assembly, and perhaps we even just leave this for the next assembly after all of the work has been done. You know, I'm open to look into those things as well. I was part of an assembly where I saw how rushed legislation, you know, caused issues, and I don't want that to happen. So we're putting in place the right people, the right positions, and putting in the work, and we have a solid timeline. And I hope that, or I believe that we can do what we need to do. Thank you. But we won't be sacrificing quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm fully supportive of seeing these two positions and hearing that they are there for the Education Act. I guess I am terrified at the prospect of not getting the Education Act done in the life of this Assembly. I actually don't think we took on that ambitious of a legislative agenda because of the lessons learned in the last Assembly of trying to get too much done and, then not doing it properly. But to me, the Education Act it's one of the, the pinnacle pieces of legislation that this Assembly has decided to tackle. Can I just get an update from the Minister of when he expects the Education Act to be introduced and when committee can expect to see an LP? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you. LP, I think that we're looking at, let me see, 2022. Is that correct? Some point in 2022? I'll have to flip through my briefing binder for the exact date, but introduction of the bill, we hope for February, March of 2023, which would give ample time for committee to do the work they need to do on that bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. I might. February, March of 2023 is about the latest you could introduce a bill and, make sure committee has time. So I recognize that it is possible to, get it done and give committee time to review that, but I guess I would caution the minister that if there is, any chance of this getting delayed, that date should remain firm. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Your Honor. Thank you. Are there any other questions under corporate management? Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, probably just more of a clarification. As you can see, I'm on page 33, and fees and payments. It went up slightly. What consists of fees and payments, Madam Chair? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Shannon to take that.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would include things, payments under our planning, research, and evaluation for any third-party evaluations and things of that nature that we need to conduct. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just going down further, travel. I thought for sure that travel would be reduced, but it's gone up again. So what's the rationale for travel going up from last year to this year? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, and I can hand it over to perhaps Mr. Shannon to take it, but I will note that this is just part of the department's overall travel budget. Of course, it's spread across the various divisions, and there was a significant reduction, I believe, between 1819 and 1920, and so we have taken, we've trimmed the fat from that budget, but I can ask Mr. Shannon for some more information on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So this, the travel budget for this was developed with a great deal of uncertainty on how things would look going into the next fiscal year, but it was with anticipated travel to support the Education Act modernization, planning and research and evaluation along with that, and also Deputy Minister and senior management travel for things such as FPT meetings and things of that nature. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member, are there any further questions under the corporate management? Member from Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I see, I guess this is page 78. There's a line here that says finance and capital planning. Is this the area of the budget where money could or should be found for the work that needs to be done to renovate, maybe even build a new museum here in Yellowknife? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Just to clarify, we're in page 33 And you're at page 78. Oops.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm looking at the electronic version that was provided to us when we reviewed the main estimates. And sorry, yes, it is page 33 of the hard copy. There's a line there that says finance and capital planning. And I'm just wondering if that's a line item where money could and should be found for helping to fix up the museum and maybe even expanding it or building a new facility for the archives, that kind of work. Is that where the money would be found? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. Perhaps I can hand this to the Deputy Minister for an update on that work, because regardless of where it's found, I can provide the committee with some information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Mueller.
So specific to the work that needs to be done at the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, that would fall under Culture and Heritage and Languages section. We do have, we've had a recent study done to look at that whole infrastructure and what the potential costs would be to do all of the work, and it's quite high. So now we're in the midst of doing a study to look at how we could bring in other revenue to try to offset the costs of that work that would need to be done. Right now here on page 33 under Finance and Capital Planning, you know, I'd have to turn to Sam, but I don't think this is the section at all that we would use for that work.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So any funding for the redevelopment or any new building or construction or anything to do with the Prince of Wales would be in our capital estimates. However, Finance and Capital Planning is our division in headquarters that includes our capital planning section and positions that work with, as Rita mentioned, staff in the Culture and Heritage Division to develop the plans to do that construction ultimately, but this is more of the planning function as opposed to the capital budget for the construction project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not asking at this point for where's the money for the capital. Where's the money for planning this? This facility is long out of lived way past its planned life. There was a flood in the basement when water lines were replaced recently. You know, I've been over, I've looked at it. There's jury-rigged humidity systems and dehumidifiers and stuff all over the place. This building is way beyond its normal life. Is there any money in the budget in this section for planning for replacing the building? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. So there was money for planning. A plan was done. I believe it was shared with the committee. I've discussed it in this House. It is quite a visionary retrofit and expansion of the facility. Given where we are with our finances, I'm not sure if that is something that is doable. That being said, the member points out there that there are significant deficiencies with the current structure that need to be addressed. And so we are looking at, we have money and we are doing planning on how we can address those deficiencies, and as part of that, how do we, what can we do to perhaps raise revenues to offset it as well? So yes, to the member's point, there is money, it is being spent, and it is being spent with the intention of ensuring that the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre, the life of it can be extended, and that we can fulfill our obligation, our statutory obligation to maintain the archives of the Government of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that, or thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. Is there a timeline for when this study on potential revenues is going to be completed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. I believe that we're getting close. I think it's in March, but I can go to the Deputy Minister for more information. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So our our goal is working towards having it completed by March 31st of this fiscal. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I get a commitment out of the minister to share that report with our regular MLAs? I'm really quite interested in seeing that and trying to move this along before something catastrophic happens to the building. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. Yeah, whatever we can share with the members, we'd be happy to. I don't want anything catastrophic to happen either. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. That's all for now. But the minister knows I love the museum, and I'm going to keep pressing them on it. So I look forward to that study, maybe even in early April. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under Education, Culture, Employment, Corporate Management? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just on that same tune, I just wanted to follow up in regards to the line of questioning from my colleague from Frame Lake. I don't think it's a secret in this House that I have a definite appreciation for the arts and would like to see them preserved as well. But one of my concerns is that a lot of the Northwest Territories is very rich in culture, and it has an incredible art collection. But right now, a lot of our art collection ends up being stored away and doesn't end up being visible to a lot of the people of the Northwest Territories. And I'm wondering if there is a plan to be able to publicly display, share, and safely store pieces kind of in almost like a revolving fashion throughout the Northwest Territories, so that stuff isn't only sitting here at the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre and is also being enjoyed by people all over the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you. I've approached the department. We've had discussions about the fact that I see our heritage centers around the territory and communities around the territory as valuable assets and ones that perhaps we can support more and allow for those types of exhibits to travel around. A lot of the artifacts we have need certain conditions. They need to be handled in certain ways. And we need to make sure that if we do that, if we are going to transfer them around the territory, that they can be held in those certain ways. And so we're undertaking a survey of the infrastructure needs of all of the heritage centers in the territory to determine what we can do to ensure that they are able to do the type of things that the member's talking about. That being said, there's not a plan right now for a traveling art show, but we're in the early stages of getting the right infrastructure in place, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just in the same vein, are there a lot of the huge facilities that we see down south aren't only supported by either the people or by government. They're also largely supported by private investors. And so I'm wondering if the Northwest Territories, given that there is definitely a need and a want for reconciliation and a need and a want to preserve and celebrate cultures of Canada, if there is current talks with different investors across Canada and maybe even across the world with opportunities to invest in Northern art and the preservation and enjoyment of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. I think we're really getting into a different section right now, the culture and heritage section, when we talk about really programming and things like that. So perhaps we can address it at that point.
Member for Cam Lake.
I'm happy to be patient. Thank you.
All right. Are there any further questions under corporate management? Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 33. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $10,933,000. Does committee agree?
Agreed.
Thank you, committee. We will now turn to Cultural Heritage and Language beginning on page 35 with information items on page 39. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got a little excited when I heard my colleague talking about art, and I thought we were in the next section. So I'm wondering if the minister is game to talk about potential for large investors in an arts and heritage, or not only one, but maybe multiple throughout the Northwest Territories, and how we can potentially create kind of a network of art celebration across the territory. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, and I'll also point out that the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre does have traveling exhibits to go to schools as well. What the member is talking about is, I'm not sure if this is typically something that governments do. It sounds like this is something that private foundations do down south. Part of what we're doing with the Prince of Wales Heritage Study Planning or Centre Planning Study is looking at other models as well that are used around Canada, and how we can perhaps utilize different models to bring in some foreign investment. Perhaps I can ask the Deputy Minister for more pointed information directly to the member's question, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So as far as collections and the purchase of collections on behalf of the government in the Northwest Territories, that is something that our staff do, and very open to looking and making sure that our collection does represent all of the people and regions and cultures and heritages across the Northwest Territories. One of the things that we are doing is we're working with Indigenous governments, because Indigenous governments are really interested in not only knowing specific what artifacts and art pieces are in our collections right now, and so that is something that's ongoing, of making sure that they're aware of those pieces, but also where possible, and in some cases it's temperature controlled, or as the minister mentioned, it's the way that items are transported, really working with them to identify how we can get those pieces back into the communities or into the region, especially they're very interested under celebrations, to have certain pieces. So that is something that we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, that's really exciting to hear, and I think that there's great potential too with collaborations for spaces as well, not only to store, archive, and celebrate pieces of art, but also to create it. Before we were elected, ITI along with ECE did art strategy meetings where they met in different communities to talk to different artists about what they wanted to see in order to grow and celebrate art in the Northwest Territories, and they were really exciting sessions, but some time has passed since then, and so I'm wondering when that art strategy will be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. The art strategy in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's really exciting, and I can't wait to see it. I think there was a lot of passion and a lot of people that put a lot of time into it, and so I think it'll be really nice to see. One of the biggest things that came out of that over and over again that I noticed at sessions from different artists was the need for space, not only to be able to show artwork, but also to be able to create it. And so I'm wondering if the art strategy, if the minister can let us know if it speaks to space to not only view art, but also create it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. I don't really want to ruin the surprise, but the strategy recognizes all of the issues that were brought up, and it has a range of different ideas of things that we could do, that we would like to do, and so it touches on many different things. There is not a commitment in there to build a dedicated artist studio or anything like that, though. I can tell the member that, but it will be coming, and the public will get a chance to see it, and there's a lot of good stuff in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Minister. I can definitely say that this is something near and dear to my heart, and something I am very much looking forward to seeing. It's hard not being able to constructively criticize, I guess we'll say, as we're sitting here talking about the budget, but can the minister speak to whether or not there is money within this budget to implement any of the things from the art strategy that we'll see in the coming weeks? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. There's not specific budget lines in here, but to the member's point, I've had conversations with the department that in the future, every single strategy, every single action plan that we release will have dollar amounts tied to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate what the minister says, but at the same time, not to, I guess with the utmost respect, we're about to release a strategy then that doesn't have dollars attached to it. And so this is definitely one that, I don't want to see sitting on a shelf and not having anything done with it. And so will the strategy also have a plan of how it's going to be implemented? Will there be a phased approach to it? How are we going to make this, how are we going to turn text into action without a budget to go with it? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are people in the department who work on projects, culture projects, art projects. They will continue to do that work. They will be guided by the strategy now. So there are employees, there are resources that can be put towards this. But there is not, as I said, a dedicated dollar amount for a new artist studio or something like that, if that's what the member is looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I can assure the minister that when it comes to dreaming about arts, it's more than a studio that I have in mind. But one of the lines I'd like to move on to is the Indigenous scholarships, which indicates for this year no budget line item, and I just am hoping the minister can speak to that for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I will pass this off to the Deputy Minister for some explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Yes, we do have scholarships. So to answer, we do have the same amount of Indigenous language $5,000 scholarships available. We're just cleaning up. It is shown in a different section where you're going to see where we have created a line item for those Indigenous scholarships. And so it seems like we don't, but we do have the money for it and a separate line item.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm wondering if the minister can briefly explain what the public will be getting from the $200,000 line item for Indigenous languages revitalization and what they can expect to come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just looking for the line item. Things are moving quite quickly here. What page are we on?
37.
Okay. Indigenous languages revitalization. Thank you. So that is part of the $600,000 that we received after the last main estimates, and so it is broken out throughout some different areas, and that is all money that is going towards the development of an Indigenous languages diploma program in collaboration with University of Victoria and Aurora College. As for the specific dollars in this section, I can pass it over to Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the $200,000 that appears under contributions for Indigenous languages revitalization is targeted for the partnership with Aurora College, the University of Victoria, also with Indigenous governments as the diploma program is developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member. Minister.
Thank you. And the member has a lot of interest in the arts, and I was wondering, would the member commit to taking a tour of the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre, where she can see a lot of the great work, a lot of the behind-the-scenes work, and she can ask a lot of these questions directly to the staff, who I'm sure would be happy to answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I will move on to member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of things I want to raise here. The minister talked about that there was some kind of survey of all the Heritage Centers, their needs that's underway. I've had a chance to travel to the Yukon several times, and I want to encourage the minister and the staff to look at some of the fabulous First Nation centers that have been established in the Yukon. I've been personally to the Champagne-Ajac First Nation Center in Haines Junction. Only could see the outside of the Carcross-Tagish First Nation facility, the Teslin Tlingit Heritage Center as well. These are absolutely stunning facilities that include areas on the outside of the physical building for cultural activities. There's people working in there on language revitalization. They have cultural objects, historic artifacts. There's storytelling areas. It just boggles my mind when I really want to encourage you and your staff to look at some of the photos, and I can share some of them with you if you like, but a lot of that funding came from the federal government. And I don't know why we're not partnering with First Nation Indigenous governments here to do the same kind of thing. It really takes some vision and leadership to do that kind of work. And I have lots of confidence in the minister across on the other side to do this, but that's the kind of thing that I think we should be aiming for here. So go over and find out what they're doing in the Yukon and learn from that experience and bring some of that here. Is that something the minister is prepared to look into? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. I won't be going to the Yukon anytime soon. But no, to the member's point, I've had those discussions, and I believe there's increasing interest from Indigenous governments as well to start displaying their own pieces and doing those types of things. But I can ask the Deputy Minister, who might have some more information on this, but we're very open to all of those kind of things. And I have a feeling the people at the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre are very well aware of what's going on in the Yukon and around Canada. So I'd like to hand it to my Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So yes, just to build on what the Minister said, Indigenous governments have expressed a real interest in working with the Culture and Heritage staff at the Prince of Wales in that division to really explore where there's opportunities within their own communities and within their own region to either have like mini cultural centers or a combination of art studios as well as looking at opportunities for on-the-land opportunities where those kinds of activities can take place out on the land that are more family-oriented. So certainly there is an interest there, and our staff do their best to try to respond and help as those discussions take place or that thinking and that planning takes place. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And yeah, I know the minister maybe feels he can't go to the Yukon right now, but I'm happy to share lots of great photos with him, even if I took them myself. But I want to move on to one other area. I know that of course, we have the Northern Studies program, or a component of our education system. And as I understood that one of the really important tools that students had access to and could look at is the NWT timeline that's on the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage site website. And I just thought I'd kind of call that up to see where it's at. And I get this thing on my screen that says Adobe Flash Player is blocked. You can't even get into the timeline now. This, as I understood, is a really important tool for students in that the Northern Studies course that they have to take in high school. And at one time, this was a state-of-the-art web site with lots of information. You'd have boxes that would open and give people history, links. There was videos, sound recordings. It was a tremendous asset. Now it's blocked. It doesn't work anymore. So is there a plan to get this online again, especially with COVID? We know that our high school students are spending less time in the classroom. Is this going to get fixed? And is there some money in the budget to fix this? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. As I'm sure members are aware, Adobe officially stopped supporting and providing updates to Adobe Flash on December 31st of 2020. The internet was outraged, but it's been a long time coming. The timeline was using that. There's not money in the budget to deal with that specific issue. However, you know, a lot of operations go on without specific line items attached to them, so the department will look into this. And it's interesting the member brings this up. I was looking at the timeline a few hours ago, actually, and I was going to bring this to the department, so it's he's not the only one concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's, I guess, a great line. Great minds think alike or fools seldom differ, but I'm glad to hear that the Minister and I are on the same page on this one. I just can't say enough about this timeline at one point was state of the art. And I know the person who was kind of involved in helping set this up. Unfortunately, that capacity was kind of swept up into the ISIS storm where everybody was centralized over at finance. And I'm not convinced that the department still has the capability to do this on its own anymore. So, and if there's no resources dedicated to get this done, I'm in the budget here, I'm a little bit disappointed, especially because we've got students that are trying to do work from home. They can't even get this kind of resource on the internet. So can the Minister give me a timeline for when this work is going to be done? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
I can't give the member a timeline at this point, but just because there is no line item, it doesn't mean there isn't people to do the work. The member is correct that the ISSS acquired, I think, 74, 76 positions a few years ago, and one of those was the person who was working at the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre. So, you know, that being said, there is that relationship whereby we are supported by ISSS, and there are people there to do the work. So it's not like this without a line item doesn't get done. There's people to do it, and we will ensure that that it gets done. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the Minister's response, and I'll probably periodically ask for updates on the floor of the House. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Moving on then to Member for Tabacha.
So as an Indigenous person born and raised here and a former chief, it would be not okay if I didn't make comments on culture, heritage, and languages. My first question is the NWT Arts Council. There's $700,000 that's put in there. I would like to know how this money is dispersed. Is it dispersed by the NWT Arts Council, that is a board here in Yellowknife, and then goes out and decides who's going to get what? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. The NWT Arts Council is made up of representatives from different regions across the territory, so there's regional representation. It's not a board here in Yellowknife, and they do make determinations about which projects that apply do get funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha?
Madam Chair, could I get the Minister to give me the list of the grants that are given to the recipients that's worth the $700,000, please?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I'm seeing if I have a list right here. I don't have the exact list, but it is something that ECE does. I believe we publish it annually, so perhaps I can ask the Deputy Minister the Deputy Minister to expand. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So for this money that is available, it's by application. There's 2 calls a year for for artists to apply, and it is the Arts Council, as the Minister described, that go through using a criteria to determine the amounts allocated. And once that has been recommended, the Arts Council makes those recommendations to the Minister, and once approved, the artists are contacted and they're notified of their application and the amounts that they'll be receiving. And yes, we can provide previous lists of the most recent calls. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Mueller. So we'll get a commitment that we get the list. Member for Tabacha.
Chair, I want to also look at the support to Northern performers. I would like to ask the Minister to provide a list of recipients of Northern performers. I'm asking this because when I was in Salt River, we had asked the government of the Northwest Territories for funding for our Treaty Land Entitlement Days and got nothing. And I'd like to know where those grants for performing arts and festivals and organizations go to. So maybe, and I'd like to sort of have an idea, so I'd like a list for that too, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Sure, we can provide a list.
Member for Tabacha.
I like the idea of one of my colleagues when we call sharing the art, because it doesn't necessarily have to go to another museum, Madam Chair, to display art that is stored away here. I think that the Salt River First Nation building is a wonderful place to be sharing the art. It has a lot of potential, and I'd like to make sure that it would be added to the list if we're going to start sharing the art. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I can ask the Deputy Minister for some information on how art currently travels around and what programs there are in place. And the program I was talking about earlier was specifically about heritage centers to see what infrastructure they might need, but the Deputy Minister might be able to add more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So for the most part, when we have artifacts, items, art traveling, it's usually through partnership with Indigenous governments. It's often around a theme or a particular celebration. And, there's work that's done between the Indigenous governments and our experts at the Prince of Wales to determine the type of structure that's needed for transportation, as well as the temperature control and the heating for certain items. So I just wanted to share that. We also have, as the Minister alluded to earlier, we actually have beautiful traveling kits and exhibits that are meant to travel. And they're used a lot by our junior kindergarten to grade 12 schools. And there's a number of themes related. They're meant as objects that are touched and used by children and youth from JK all the way to grade 12, but communities can also sign them out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to know the Arts Organization Operating Fund. It says contribution to provide ongoing operational support to establish art organization and large cultural events in the Northwest Territories. So I would like a list of exactly where the $460,000 goes to, and so I have an idea of where the distribution is. I just want to make sure, Madam Chair, that small communities and regional centers also benefit from this culture, heritage, and language, because that's where most of the Aboriginal people live. Majority in all communities, except for probably Hay River maybe, but everywhere else, it's all majority Aboriginal population. So I'm very concerned about this, Madam Chair, and I would like a clear answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We can provide that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
In the Indigenous language adult immersion, in your opening statements with regards to $600,000 to develop the Indigenous language adult immersion diploma, it's very vague as to how that's going to be. I just want to know exactly more detail on that, if that's possible, because we're talking about Indigenous languages here. So I'd like the minister to answer that question, please.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you. So I can ask the Deputy Minister to expand on where all the money is found throughout here, and then we can get into the details of the program if the member likes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So what's being proposed for 2021-22 on our ongoing work in working with Aurora College, University of Victoria, and Indigenous governments, those are the partners, along with ECE, in developing a one-year certificate leading to a two-year diploma, leading then to different career paths for Indigenous language speakers, proficient speakers, in a variety of different ways, broadcasting, interpreter, translator programs, community instructors, JK to grade 12, Indigenous language instructors, and so on. So part of this funding is for the staff. Part of this funding is for the actual money distributed to Indigenous governments so that they can be part of an advisory council to oversee all of this work. And part of a large sum of the money is also for the brokering with University of Victoria, which we have not yet landed on the exact amount, but as the school that is supporting and helping us develop our own Northern adult Indigenous language certificate, diploma, and perhaps other programs in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Tabacha.
I have no further questions.
Member for Tuna-Day-Willowday.
Madam Chair, and just looking at, I wanted to speak to the Indigenous languages kind of portion of this, of these line items, and I can't thank enough for the work that our interpreters and translators do here. It's really, really important work. And it's not just here in the legislative assembly. There'll be times that our residents are going to need services in the courts. It could be during like other public meetings. In other areas that their services are needed. And I guess my first question is this right about revitalization, and I just want to see where where the Indigenous languages line item and the revitalization kind of ends, and where how those parameters work, because I'm thinking along the lines of it's important. Yes, once you start translating and in public meetings, it's important to always keep that ongoing training, because the languages are always changing. There's new terminology in science, in law, legislations, and I'd really I've been approached by our language speakers saying we need more workshops to keep things updated, keep it always fresh, and meet with other translators to keep language alive. It's so important. So I guess my question, Minister, is what type of workshops is that included in here, and are there any plans to get that program going? Mr. Joe.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. There is a plan to bring all of the translators together in March. I think there's around 30 or so interpreter translators in the territory who the Legislative Assembly and Indigenous governments regularly use, and we want to bring them together so that we can start that work and find out, okay, what is it that you need? Is it technical training on new vocabulary that doesn't exist in other languages? How can we get more people involved? Do you know of anyone who we could help ease into this profession? I spoke with the staff here at the Legislative Assembly as well, and said that we have a great resource here. We sit, I don't know how many weeks a year, 1 million, and every time we sit, we have Indigenous translators. And is there a way that we can better work together to to help train new entrants into the program or help maybe get people interested in translating. So there is a lot of work going on in that sense, and that's really been spurred on by this House. There's been a lot of interest by the members here who have really been pushing us to do that, and so I want to thank them, and perhaps the Deputy Minister can offer some more insight as well.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. And just to build on what the Minister said, we are planning on a meeting with, I think there's 33 interpreter translators that we're aware of, kind of on a list of interpreter translators. They all do different work, but we have a three-pronged approach for that meeting. One is to find out what their specific training needs are, because everyone needs professional development and training. So that's one of the objectives of the meeting. The second is to solicit ideas from them as to how we can best, what kind of initiatives or other things we could do for those that are up and coming or taking an interest in going into this field of interpreter translator. And the third is to be able to share with them our current plans under Indigenous Language Revitalization, the Certificate and Diploma Program, as well as get their feedback on some of the other initiatives we're currently running, which is the Mentor Apprenticeship Program with Indigenous governments across the territories, because we feel that this group would really have invaluable insight into that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Yeah, thank you for that. It's good to hear that there's going to be a meeting with the interpreters in March. It's good to just always bounce ideas off each other and speak with each other and get that camaraderie going. I think but it's also important to keep new recruitment. And I guess my next line of question, this kind of goes into our what's the word? The Polytechnic. Bringing that program, having something like a language portion to that secretariat, so we could bring in like some new learners and get them to be taught. And like you said, there's a mentorship program. It's good to, why don't we have it'd be a good idea to get some of our longtime speakers to come in and teach some of the ways, some of them, like to how to translate, because like I said, it's a very specialized area. So as I guess my question to the Minister, is there going to be appetite to do that with the Polytechnic? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you. And the work that we're doing with the money, the $600,000 that was provided by the Assembly last year, is developing a program that is beginning as a diploma program, and that would be to make adults proficient in Indigenous languages to the point where they could become interpreters, translators, and we envision after that 2-year diploma program, perhaps a 3rd year that could be interpreter translator training. So I have the same vision as the member, I believe, in terms of utilizing the Polytechnic to really become leaders in Indigenous language revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know it was before our time, but they used to have the language secretariat, and that sounded like I heard nothing but good things said about it, and for whatever reason, the political will at the time just decided to get rid of it. And I thought, for me, I think that was just a mistake. Anytime you cut funding from language, you're going to have that gap, and now you're starting to see that now. And I want to see all kinds of support go towards our translators now to try to keep that going, keep trying to recruit new learners to anybody that's interested in translating, to give them all the supports they need. I'm hoping we can do that with what we have here. So that's just my comment, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. I'll take it as a comment. Any further questions? Minister, do you want to respond?
Happy to respond. It's one of my favorite parts of the department. I think one of the most encouraging. So we are doing a lot of things to encourage people. We have $5,000 Indigenous language scholarships that we provide on top of SFA. We have the Mentorship Apprentice Program, which is doing exactly what the member's talking about, getting people interested. We've rolled out the Our Languages curriculum in schools, which, from what I hear from Indigenous language teachers, has been very welcome, and I think is going to be a very powerful tool to help encourage younger children to take an interest in language. And we're developing the program as well, the diploma program, hopefully leading into something more. So there really is a lot, right from young to adult, and I'm really looking forward to what the future holds. It took a long time to get where we are with Indigenous languages in terms of losing speakers and really the loss of language. And it's going to take a while to get where we want to be, but we are taking I think the right initial steps to start down that path. It's very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I had one question, and it just dawned on me. We had a committee meeting with and we had one of the translators come in and give some of her input to us in one of the committee meetings, and they had a really good point. I think in terms of compensation, or having a scale system for, when someone starts out, yes, they'll be paid an X amount of dollars. When you get your certification, you'll get here. But if once you start, you could max out at a certain point to make sure that, you have some incentive for long-time speakers who've done this for a long time and have that sort of scale at some point. So I wonder if the minister would be interested in going and doing something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. And, we're open to everything, and I think the meeting with the interpreters will bring a lot of those ideas to the forefront. We don't necessarily, ECE hire a lot of interpreters. It's places like the Ledge, it's Indigenous government meetings, it's things like that. But yeah, any kind of those ideas I'm happy to look into. And the department's very engaged, and we have people very engaged with communities on this, so we really get to hear from communities. And if the members are interested, we're more than happy to provide a detailed briefing on the work of the Indigenous Languages Secretariat, and we've been chomping at the bit to get in front of committee on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Just a final comment. It really is like any other trade. There is a trade craft here, and I think there's and minister's right. There is a mentor, kind of apprentice kind of relationship there. And I think this is something for me, it's exciting. I'm hoping we could explore that and go down that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Committee, we will take a short break and resume. committee back to order, and we were under Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Language. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, Chair. Knew it was wrong right as I said it. So just trying to get my head back into where we were. I wanted to maybe just talk a little bit. I'm really glad to see that none of the funding really has been cut for a lot of this cultural programming, so I think that's great. I would have actually been supportive of an increase to the funding. And what I look at here when I look at a lot of these types of programs is this is an area where we often are talking we often talk about the lack of P1s and the ability to have meaningful employment with the GNWT for that group. And if we're looking at Indigenous languages, community, cultural type grants and contributions, to me this seems like a great area in which we could be increasing P1 employment. And so I'm looking at stuff such as the support to northern performers. You have things that are going towards festival organizations, and the department has things that are going to festival organizations and such, which I think might be difficult this year, and I do understand there will be a move to put things online and be virtual, but I'm almost wondering if perhaps some of this money could be repurposed towards employment and looking towards hiring people under these types of programs versus giving out grants and contributions all the time. And then we would be then working towards building our cultural product for when tourism does return. So I guess more of a comment than a question, or maybe the minister could explain what he is doing to sort of look towards that kind of repurposing of this money towards maybe something different in the COVID lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. And yeah, last year was, it's odd to call it last year. It seems like we're still in the COVID year, but we had the same situation where there weren't big festivals. And so what we did, we were very flexible because there are organizations who support on this, who rely on this support in order to stay afloat. And there are still things that people can do without getting together, and so we were very flexible in how we allocated funds to ensure that we still did get it out into the community, and they were being spent in the territory, so it might not be direct job creation, but it is money circulating. But perhaps if there's to talk about the plans for this year, I could ask the Deputy Minister to take a shot at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So just to build on what the Minister said, we do have some organizations that will still depend on funding in order to be able to, once the pandemic is gone, or we're in a better position, that they would like to resume as soon as possible. Many of the events that they host and so on. But one of the things that we have seen is that there is a need to support northern performers because so many of them are moving online and collaborating with each other, and there is funding that's required for that kind of online presence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I guess my comment in a nutshell is just trying to be more nimble and flexible so that the departments can support people in transitioning forward. One of the things I've been hearing a lot though from the artists community was the need for actual direct relief funding due to COVID. A lot of them sort of working part-time jobs and such. Maybe they didn't always necessarily qualify for CERB or things like that. I know the one funding that was done under ITI had, sort of strings attached. It was, a project-based one. It was pretty simple, but still, I'm just wondering if the department is looking at ways to maybe repurpose some of this arts funding. And again, I recognize not taking funding from existing organizations, but helping to create some sort of relief funding or less sort of strenuous or arduous funding to access for artists. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. And during the last year, we did really, I don't want to say lower the bar, but we made it a lot easier for this to be accessed. And I did have a number of FDPs and one-on-one calls with the federal minister as well, and they did provide some arts relief, but it was not structured for our territory. It was flowed through larger organizations that represent artists, but we don't have such organizations here. So, I did a lot of advocacy on behalf of that, and the second round of money, I think there was a bit more flexibility to it, but not to the extent that people would like. And to the member's point as well, the support for artists is also often support for people's livelihoods as well, because if you're making and selling crafts, that is that type of support is needed. So I can ask the Deputy Minister if she has anything else to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So I guess one of the things that I can share is that the number of applications for the grants has continued to be really, there's a lot of applicants. And what else we can say is that, I mean, this is artists, they're creative, they're flexible, and they adapt really, really quickly. And so, some of the performing artists or even artists that are working with traditional crafts or so on, very quickly were able to apply a new lens to how they can, what they wanted to do. And some of it is online, but some of it is not. And I think one of the signs that we still have a very thriving arts community across the territory is the number of applicants that we get. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm trying to also do my best to support NWT artists with my earring purchases and such, so I'm glad to hear the continued support continues. I'm really interested, though. I noticed you have the Clecho Cultural Coordinator position, and that I note in the notes that it's 1/3 funded, GNWT, federal government, and the Clecho, and I'm assuming that comes out of their arrangement or their agreement. Can the minister speak to whether or not there's going to be further similar type positions funded in different communities for different Indigenous organizations or groups? I think it's a great way, again, to increase employment in small communities, and I'm just wondering if there's a path or a plan to expand that out, not just past the Clecho as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. I'd have to ask the Deputy Minister for information on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Mueller?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So this is an example of the self-government agreement, and as other governments form self-governments, we would anticipate that similar type of positions would be available, and for really to support culture and heritage as well for that particular self-government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. Just a little bit of a detail with that. Would that be? Would we anticipate that the federal government would always sort of arrange this third type situation, or was this something that would be specific to the Clecho? I guess what I'm getting at is, would the department ever be heading towards funding these positions themselves for maybe communities that are a long way off from getting to a settled agreement? Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. Yeah. So this is very specific to the Clecho's agreement. But I do take the member's point that perhaps there's more we can do in communities, and that's one of the reasons I've sort of started down the path of looking at what we can do for the heritage centers. And while we might not be providing direct financial support for positions in communities, the staff, the ECE staff, and especially the Prince of Wales Heritage Centres are always happy to provide assistance, their expertise, to Indigenous governments when it comes to cultural activities in terms of artifacts and things like that. I mean, they're not the Indigenous communities are the experts on the culture, but there is expertise that can be lent, and so we are providing support in kind whenever we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree. I would like to see empowerment of the community, so I'm excited to see where the Heritage Project or Centre goes. And then I just wanted to say I want to get in on MLA Cleveland's tour of the Prince of Wales. I'm also curious to see how the artifact preservation stuff is all progressing, and I'm not sure if that's actually under this area, so I'm just going to hit you up for that, or hit the minister up for that at another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. And I would like to get in on that too, so Minister?
Sure. I think we made the offer a year ago, so I'm glad people are finally taking us up on it. It is a great tour, and it's I can to sell other members on it. When I went there, the staff even they pulled some things from the Hay River area, some of the artifacts that no one gets to see because so much of it is really behind the scenes, and you get to go and see stuff that the rest of the general public really isn't lucky enough to see on a regular basis, so I recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you for that. I would advise that you bring your colleague, the Minister of Infrastructure, though, because I'm going to ask you about the asbestos and the remediation in the building as well when we do that tour. Thank you.
Thank you, member. I'll take that as a comment, and I think the minister heard you. Member for Montfouille.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the good now, Guyati on K, we get out there, they did say, so much done in there.
We have language and culture in place. When we look at this, we look at how many people are working, we could see that. But for headquarters, I'm talking about Yellowknife. It says that there are 404 people. In the regional office, in the bigger communities, they have only 11. And total they have 59. So my question to the minister is, I'd like to know how many Indigenous people, even including the Métis and Inuit as well. So I'm asking how many Indigenous people are employed, and later on I'll have another question after he answers this question.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you. I don't know if we have that breakdown at our fingertips, but we can easily put that together and share it with the members.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Merci.
When we look at education, our language, our culture and heritage, I wish that more Indigenous people would be employed, or maybe some of the jobs can be transferred to the regions, specifically for this department. When we look at this, if we look at who all speaks their language and know their culture, these are the people who should be employed, and it should be in the communities. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to mix my language and English and in my language mix, because sometimes there are a lot of young people that do listen to this session, and I was saying in both languages.
There's 59 employees within this district area, division. And it would be easily empower onto the communities or onto regions with these positions. Everything's electronic nowadays. And it would be ideal to have language-speaking people in these positions as well. I'm not sure how many language-speaking people we have currently in these positions. I'd like to get that number as well. And is there such plan in place where I would like to see down the road? It won't happen immediately, Madam Chair, but the headquarters, there's always an increase in positions in headquarters. We all know that. There's 48 right now, and regional office is 11. That's pitiful. So down the road, I'm thinking 5 years down the road, if minister can agree to work towards that, where it would be nice to have at least 35, close to 40, maybe 35 headquarters, and 20 or 25 at the regional office. That number should be changed. And I, for one, would like to push for that even further. It should be our community experts dealing with this programming, especially the language-speaking people. We're talking about official language. We're talking about cultural way of life, revitalization, our language. And here, it's all at headquarter level. So that would be my question to Minister. I guess if he would be willing to look at that at least an option going forward, and then I'll continue with my other lines of question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member. Minister?
Thank you to the member for those comments. So some of the positions in the regions are at the Territorial Library, located in Hay River, the Indigenous Language and Education Secretariat, for the most part located at headquarters. This is also where you'll find the Francophone Affairs Secretariat, which are 14 positions, and that's located in Yellowknife. And then the bulk of the positions are actually the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre staff, and so people who need to be on site. But I understand what the member's saying, and we often in government think that, or say that, it's more efficient to run things out of Yellowknife. It's a larger center, more economies of scale, but if you start breaking it down and all of a sudden you have, instead of a couple dozen people in a regional center, you have a couple hundred, well, now you have those economies of scale spread across the territory. And so that's something I'm constantly thinking about. I have regular discussions with my departments about that. How can we put positions in the region? So, I appreciate the member's comments, and we will get him the information that he has requested. Thank you.
Member for Mafui.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Minister has made some moves within the department within a year. One of them, obviously, that we've been striving towards for quite some time now is a partnership with the Indigenous governments on the revitalization, the MAP program, which is great. And so I'm optimistic that this minister will change that number. Next year, if we're here next year, I'm hoping that we have different line here. Different numbers. Obviously, I'd like to see some decrease in headquarter and regional office increase, of course. So I'm glad ministers recognizing that. Madam Chair, just to move on to the language. Minister alluded, and also Deputy alluded to 33 interpreters that are coming in March, the translators and interpreters, and to find out what they would require while they're being training in certain programs. And so one of the areas that we touched on earlier today is the report, the refer a point of privilege raised by myself in the House. And so it's public information now. And there's been a lot of recommendations with that came out of it. One of the discussion that happened was mentioning of the Language Bureau. And we had Mayor Sundberg, that's here interpreter. That also was a witness to that. They made a statement. The Language Bureau should be brought back. So those are experts that are telling this department that we need this back. What else can we say or to hear from? We're hearing from the experts themselves, asking these Language Bureau, similar type, to be brought back, to train those interpreters and translators through Aurora College, where it was once very successful. So you've heard from the expert here. There's been other witnesses as well that mentioned the names. I can't remember the other names, but I recognize Mayor Sundberg right away. So I'd like to see more of a Language Bureau discussion. Madam Chair, we've had some increase in Indigenous language revitalization, 200,000. Another 600,000 also increase into the language area. And the 600,000 towards Indigenous Language Education Secretariat, towards implementation of Indigenous Revitalization Initiative. That's a long words, but anyways, it's great that there's increase in there, but there's nothing specific to training for interpretation and translation. You have to keep in mind that it's totally different from revitalization or MAP program. It's not the same. I'm involved in a MAP program. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And Melrose can tell you the same thing. And also the other translators that are here today, that we are in a desperate need for interpreter language training. And I'd like to know from the minister, I know it's not part of our budget here today, but as we move forward, next year we're going to be here again. Is there, I know there's going to be a discussion in March with 33 experts. You already heard from one of them, or a couple of them anyways. Appetite, is there, I guess I like to see an increase or particular funding towards a training program for interpreter and translation training in the next year's budget. Is that doable, Madam Chair? Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. I appreciate the member's passion on this. I think it's only been 5 years now since the creation of the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat. So we are making strides, but that is, the member knows exactly what he's talking about. That is focused on revitalization, and the member was talking about interpreter-translator training. So after this meeting in March, we'll see where we go from there. We're not just holding a meeting for the sake of saying that we've done something. If we can come out of that with a plan, and that plan requires some funding, then that's something that we'll pursue. So I'm open to that. I'm definitely open to that. I appreciate the comments, and I can't make any guarantees about what will be next year's budget. We haven't even passed this year's budget, but I recognize the need. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under the Education, Culture, Employment, Culture, Heritage, and Languages from members? Member for Montfouille.
Madam Chair, I'm not going to talk on this particular the translation area, but I am interested in library services into the communities. Public library services, 1.9 million. I understand through the briefings that we received, there's 21 public libraries in the NWT, 13 communities without public library. And 15 of these are located in schools, and 5 are located in other buildings, and 1 in band office. What are we doing with the 13 without libraries, public libraries? Kids have to read, especially during COVID pandemic. They're staying home most of the time, and we have to have these students learning every day. And if they don't have a public library, where do they turn to, Madam Chair? Merci.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you. So we've, recognizing that there is a need, we've committed to increasing this number by at least 3 during the life of this government. So, there is some progress. It's not all of them, but I can tell the member that much at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Merci, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have to reiterate that, when we're here asking questions to ministers in the department, we're carrying a message forward from our constituents. It's their voice, and this is what we're hearing throughout the Northwest Territories. And I appreciate that ministers bringing forward potentially 3, and obviously, eventually, we should be capturing all 13 communities. Because it's very important, literacy, reading and writing. The deputy will be supportive of that too, where teachers, we need to be supporting these teachers. So more of a comment, but I just want to appreciate the minister dedicating potentially 3 more sites to be initiated. So thank you for that. Merci.
Thank you, Member. Minister, did you have any comments?
Sure. And I'll also note that every school has a library. They're all resourced with reading materials for students. But it's not just the Deputy Minister who's supportive. I'm also supportive of the idea of getting public libraries in every community. And, 3 is a first step, but perhaps in the future we can get down there. It's not something that we're definitely not adverse to. Sometimes it takes a community stepping forward and saying they want it, and that really greases the wheels and makes things easier as well. So if there are communities who are really passionate about it, we can work with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Members, are there any other further comments, questions? Seeing none, no further questions, please turn to page 36. Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Languages, Operation Expenditure Summary 2021-2022 main estimates, $20,799,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will now move on to early learning and child care, beginning on page 40 with information on page 43. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could just get a bit of an understanding of why the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund appears in the operations budget. I believe that would be that our capital budget really only applies to our capital needs, and since this is a fund going to daycares and private infrastructure, that it would be in operations. But can I just get confirmation of that? Or is there any, I guess also a second part of this question is there any infrastructure for daycares and day homes in the capital budget? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. The first part of the question, the answer is the member's correct. The reason that it's in here is because this is funding that we distribute to organizations, so it's not our capital, so that's why it's not in the capital budget. The second question is no, there is not capital funding in our budget for daycares, but I will note that we have revised school standards, and those standards now allow for the inclusion of early learning childcare space in new or retrofitted schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this is actually, it's one of my favorite budget lines, and I'm very happy to see the department brought this forward and it's continuing. I think, before we even get into the conversation of what universal daycare looks like, there's huge infrastructure gaps, and there's huge making sure that those spaces exist. I think this is not nearly enough money to close that gap, but on the other hand, the work being done to schools, I think gives us a lot of that potential. Can I just get a little more information on this fund? Is it essentially an application-based fund? Do we have numbers on how many people applied and how much they were applying for? I just want to get a sense of the need for this fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I believe the Deputy Minister can provide those numbers.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So for 2021, it is application-based. The call actually went out already for the upcoming year to give licensed centers and or organizations looking to expand or create new space well in advance opportunity to apply. But in the past year, which was the first year of this $500,000 available infrastructure, there were several applications, but two of them met the criteria, and one was in Fort Smith and the other one in Delaney. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other aspect of this expansion here is that the Housing Corp has now allowed us to open daycares and day homes in their buildings. Can the Minister speak to any work being done to either make sure people who want to open a day home in public housing can, and or, making sure that public housing has space that actually would meet the regulation requirements? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I don't believe anything's been finalized at this point, but I can ask the Deputy Minister for details on where we're at and the discussions that have been had. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So, as a family day home is a business, private business, when our department staff, we have regional early learning and child care coordinators in all of our regions, and when they make themselves available when they hear of anybody even contemplating opening a family day home because of the need. And so then we offer as much information, talk about all the subsidies or funding that they would be available, and also walk with them through the different health, fire, and different inspections that would take place to look at the actual building. So in the past, this was not available to people living in a housing, particular housing unit, but now that will be available, and so as people are interested, we'll help them work through that whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just also wanted to clarify whether there's other money outside of this. I recognize we subsidize operators, and there's some other, I see a budget line for early childhood program contributions, but is there other money? Say if I want to start a daycare, or I'm an organization running a daycare, and I'm looking for millions of dollars to build a new facility. Is there other money in the budget to do that, or to essentially access, or is this kind of the sum total of it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. If you're an organization looking to spend millions on early child infrastructure, we don't have any money in the budget for you. We have the $500,000 infrastructure fund, and that's it. And there's not really any other early childhood funding outside of this. However, we do have funding for junior kindergarten and kindergarten through the education budget, and so there are some other items that sort of support this, but we also have to look at federal funding, and the federal government does have some large pots of money that Indigenous governments can access and have been accessing in the territory to help provide childcare as well. So there is more than just the GNWT, and I know that it is being utilized throughout the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I too am really looking forward to seeing changes within public housing happen so that people can take advantage of being a licensed day home provider from within public housing. I find it troubling to know that we tell parents you can raise your child in this home, but it's not good enough for you to generate an income from the same environment. And I really struggle with that because I think that largely that is pointed towards women who are predominantly the caregiver in a home, and it prevents them from being able to take advantage of some really healthy subsidies that are available to people who choose to open and operate licensed day homes. And so I do really encourage the minister to work on that with the Minister of Housing, because I think that's a great way to increase employment in small communities, for starters, and to open up some much needed day home spaces and daycare spaces, sorry. Last year when we sat and did this exact same process, we talked about the different policies within ECE that were frustrating to some day home providers. Some of those were, for example, even after school care is a great example, where you can have students in the same school and they go down to the gym and all of a sudden the numbers are different. And there was a number of policies that we spoke of, and the minister had shown an interest in changing some of those policies and updating them to provide more flexibility with childcare providers. And I'm just wondering what the status of those updates are. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. If I recall correctly, and it's been a while, I think some of those were around safety. A lot of the regulations are in relation to safety. And so I looked into what other jurisdictions do, and we are not over-regulated in terms of safety. We are pretty much on par with other jurisdictions in Canada, so it would be hard for me to justify pulling back any of those safety regulations. I mean, not the answer the member wants to hear, I imagine, but it's the answer that we came up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I would never want you to compromise safety of a child, for sure. But I guess I struggle to understand why a child is safe when there's a teacher in the room, and then the teacher becomes an after-school care provider, and that room is no longer safe. And so I think that's where my confusion on the safety point comes from. One of the questions I have is that the early learning and childcare section used to be tied in with the junior kindergarten to grade 12 section, and I'm wondering if this is solely a budgetary change or if there was change that also happened within the department physically as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. It is just it's just a reorganization on paper, essentially. It is a significant item, significant enough to be on its own, and so that's why it was separated. And there was a lot of that at the department this year. There's a lot of cleaning up, and so that's why there's things in places that they didn't used to be, and numbers that are different, and all of that. And I'm sure it was a lot of fun for the researchers to go through and try and reconcile that as it was for our staff to do the work in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't talk about universal childcare in this section. One of the questions that I have for the Minister is there an intent in this fiscal year to produce a costed plan for this Assembly? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. I see the Premier looking back at me like, you better say yes. The federal government has shown an interest in creating some sort of a childcare model, a national childcare model, potentially something that's similar to Quebec's model, let's say. And so that is it is a highly subsidized model, and so I think that we should probably see what we can get out of the feds at this point and see if we can strike while the iron is hot. So I asked the department to look into different options. There will be costs tied to those different options. That is not to say that that would be our plan, but it is a plan that perhaps we can pursue with federal support. So we're looking at all options right now. The territory is very unique. There are different barriers in different communities, and so we don't have a one-size-fits-all plan at this point, but we do need to come up with a plan that suits all of our communities, and we plan to do that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate that, and I would assume that the federal government might have questions about if they decided to work with the NWT on it, how much they would potentially be needing to spend. So I think it would be important to make sure we're ready for that conversation, because I'm all about spending the federal money versus our own, for sure. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the COVID relief money that was set aside for early learning and childcare. And I'm wondering how much of the COVID relief dollars are still available to childcare operators in the NWT. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you, and I can just confirm with the member that our 2030 early learning and childcare strategy will be done by the end of the year, but I expect a lot of the work will be done much sooner than that, and I'm happy to keep committee abreast of that situation. And I will be handing this over to Mr. Shannon to explain how much money we have spent and how much money we have. And I think he might be ready now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So as of December 31st, 2020, we had spent of the $2.7 million allocated $1.7 million. Forecasted expenditures to March 31st, 2021 currently sit at about $1.9 million, which leaves a variance of about $800,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, is the intent that money needs to be spent before the 2021-2022 fiscal year, or if there is still money in that bucket come April 1st, are day homes still able to take advantage of that come that time? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. The money was approved for this fiscal year, and when this money was approved, we were giving it our best estimates. And so if we estimated too high, It means we didn't run out of money, but it means that there will be money at the end that lapses. It's not a case where it's federal money and we have to get all out the door. It is GNWT money. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if that money is not fully subscribed, and given that it is GNWT money, if I understood that correctly, is the way that that money is delivered to day homes, is there movement in that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Perhaps I could ask the Deputy Minister to answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So the money that was allocated for COVID relief was under different categories. Again, as the Minister described, we had to act very fast, and we had to try to support our licensed centers in particular and family day homes that were willing to reopen as quickly as possible. So under the categories, it's categories like cleaning supplies and PPE. It's also, we wanted to ensure that the staff grant was available to including family day homes for a period of time to as an incentive to stay open as well, because our early childhood programs have an attendance basis to the funding. We wanted to make sure that they were getting consistent funding regardless of their attendance in order, again, to be able to reopen quickly and or stay open, depending on the number of children in the center. So all of those were very targeted, very specific to make sure that licensed centers felt that they could safely open, that they had what they needed in accordance with the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer, and that we could respond to families that needed their services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I see my time is dwindling, so I'll be very quick. One of the things that happened is I, like probably many people, have a lot of essential workers that live in the constituency that I serve. A lot of them were nurses and had to work 12-hour shifts. They ended up, some of them, losing their childcare, and they had to either hire high school students to step in for them, for their children who were no longer in school, or they had to bring family up from down south at a significant cost to their families. There was a fund that was set aside for essential workers that they were not able to tap into if their children were not in a licensed day home. And so if this money was set aside, or some of it was set aside for essential workers in order to be able to help with, some of them had bills all of a sudden upwards of $3,000 for their family, and so that was quite significant. And so that is an extreme concern for some of the people that live in Cam Lake, was all of a sudden, bills went up and there wasn't a way for them to tap into that fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. So the money was distributed to the day homes and childcare centers that ECE has contribution agreements with, and it was not designed to provide support to situations like the member is describing. In a perfect world, there would be enough childcare spaces with enough availability that no one would have to worry about it. But it was a unique situation, and we put the resources we had in the places we thought it would help the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have really too many questions for the Minister, the Department. I just wanted to say that this is an area that in the future, should he be looking to increase funding, that I would be well in support of. There's lots of studies around the first 5 years, how the brain is forming for infants and children. So once they already have reached later education parts, they may already have been set up to fail or to have challenges. So I guess that's more just of a comment to the Minister, that I'd like to see a real push to have some of this increase, and sort of echoing the comments of my colleagues about flexibility and access to funding. And again, not making people sort of trying to figure out a way that we can be flexible and adaptable when it comes to stuff around the building codes, et cetera, for some of these spaces. I'm assuming there's some restrictions or regulations that make it prohibitive for people to have homes or to take in 1 or 2 kids to their homes. So more just comments than anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Minister?
Sure, and I thank the member for her support. I agree, if we want to make a difference in the long-term future of the territory, this is the place to invest the money. Jurisdictions who have universal child care programs, they see returns on their investment. I think Quebec sees probably a $6 return or something for every dollar they spend. And don't quote me on that, but I think it's in the neighborhood. I agree with, I'll just leave it at that. I appreciate the member's support, and I share some of her concerns as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions? Member? Any further? No? Okay. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam I was going to say Speaker. Madam Chair. It's getting late. Anyways, I want to go back to the child care subsidy. I listened to some of my colleagues and talking about 12-hour shifts and for people that could afford to probably pay the daycare is. I also believe in universal daycare, but when the time comes. In the meantime, there are low-income students of the future Polytechnic University who have to pay the regular daycare as it is if they're going to go to school or otherwise. So this is one area that I feel that should be based on the threshold based on income. And the child care subsidy should go to future Polytechnic University students who should be subsidized. And I think that's the way it should go, because we're also trying to make sure that we get the education and the knowledge department much to the level that we want, and to me that only makes sense. And I also wanted to ask Madam Chair for him to comment on that first, maybe. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, and I appreciate the member's comments. While it would be great to offer everyone free or heavily subsidized childcare, perhaps money could be better spent in a more focused approach. I know the federal government has announced quite a bit of money for training, and perhaps that's an opportunity to expand some of our early learning training programs at the college and create some sort of partnerships whereby we can use that to add additional childcare. There's nothing solid in place right now, though I can confirm that. But this is a fast-moving file, and it seems to have picked up speed recently. So while there's nothing right now, who knows what the future holds? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Madam Chair, $60 a day for daycare at, say, at any childcare facility or anything like that is a lot for a Polytechnic student. First of all, they don't get very much in financial assistance, and so then they're trying to manage both things, or they got to bring grandma in, or so that's why I want to ensure that the child care subsidy to future Polytechnic University students is a priority with this minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. I recognize that it is something that is needed given the demographic makeup of Aurora College students and a lot of the income levels in the territory. So it is a priority. It doesn't have a budget line associated with it right now, but I recognize the need, and hope to be able to make some inroads in the next few years on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Madam Chair, I was looking at the active positions on page 43. You have 11 positions in headquarters, and then 1 in each region. This is a good area also because we're all very concerned about early child care. We should at least add 1 to each region, 1 more position to the South Slave, and 1 to the Sat-2, and 1 to the Beaufort Delta. And I would appreciate in future planning that the minister consider this change. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Thank you. And if we succeed in increasing childcare spaces across the territory, I expect that we'll see a number of positions spring up in different communities throughout the territory. Not necessarily JNWT positions, but definitely employment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Are there any further questions from members under the Education, Culture, Employment, Early Learning and Childcare? Seeing none, if there are no further questions, please turn to page 41. Education, Culture and Employment, Early Learning and Childcare Operations Expenditure Summary, 2021-2022 main estimates, $11,980,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We will now, we are going to skip over to section Education, Culture, Employment, Junior Kindergarten to Grade 12 School Services, and we'll come back to the previous section just for our witnesses' purposes. So if you would turn to page, where am I here? Just a second. Turn to page 48 with information items on page 51. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I've asked previously about this, but I was hoping I could get an updated figure from the minister for the public record about how much Jordan's Principle funding is currently in our school system and how much of that, I fully encourage our district education authorities to go out and get that money, but just an idea of how much money is actually in the system and or positions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you. We do have those numbers here. Perhaps I can buy some time while our DM looks them up, so I can hand it over to our Deputy Minister to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since Jordan's Principle funding became available in 2018, the 2018 school year, the Northwest Territories education bodies have accessed nearly $49 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have very mixed feelings about that figure. In many ways, it's a great story that we got $49 million out of the federal government. In other ways, it's, it's clear that our education system is underfunded and there is extreme needs, especially for our Indigenous students and especially for students with some of the higher needs. Can I just get a sense of how many positions are in that's currently funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister?
Thank you. I don't have that information with me right now, but we can do our best to find out. But the Deputy Minister might have more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's okay with the member, I could describe out of that 49 million where a lot of the money has gone. So the bulk of the money, so for example, in our current school year, 2021 school year, nearly $15 million have gone to support, have gone to fund what we call support assistants, or in some schools they call them classroom assistants, but basically adults who are working with children in small groups or one-on-one. And another part of the funding is for specialized services. So services like specialized education consultants or clinicians, where perhaps a community school doesn't typically have access to that. And that could be for on a child-by-child basis. And also some of the funding has gone to other resources. So for example, if a child needs specialized resources or equipment, it's gone to that as well, about 1.3 million. And then the remaining amount for other staff. So that could be a wide variety of different positions supporting a particular child or group of children. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank you, the Deputy Minister, for those figures. I guess, you know, those support assistants and the needs of those students, I think it's some of the most important work that we do, and I guess I encourage the Minister and the Premier to, you know, make sure that Jordan's Principle money keeps flowing. It's extremely important to all of the work that we do. I'm looking at the line item for Territory Schools and Administration. I actually see there's a $4 million decrease here from the revised main estimates. Can I just get clarification that that's because we essentially gave a few extra $1 million for COVID relief? But and is there any money projected? Because I don't really see our schools just all of a sudden not having extra costs related to COVID going into this next year. But is there any money to kind of help with COVID relief efforts going into the next school year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Deputy to, I'd like to ask the Mr. Shannon to answer that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the difference that you'll see here in the revised estimates versus the 21-22 main estimates is the result of the conversion of fiscal years into academic years. So of the $13 million that was committed to fund or to assist education bodies with COVID-specific costs, the 63% of that ends up in the revised main estimates, whereas 37% ends up in the 21-22 to cover the period from April 1st through the end of this school fiscal year, which ends in July. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One last point. I believe the Minister is looking at, you know, possible legislative amendment to make sure the Yellowknife school districts can align their elections. They essentially, once the city of Yellowknife went to a 4-year election, they themselves remained it as a 3-year election. However, this just ends up having some costs, and that the Yellowknife school districts are now just going to have to pay to run their own elections, whereas they lined up, that cost would have largely been shared by the city. So there's an extra cost since they got out of sync. Can the Minister just speak to whether there's been any progress on assisting the school boards with that cost and or aligning the dates? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you. Aligning the dates won't be an issue. And as for the cost, we have been doing work to determine how much an election would cost. We've been speaking with MACA, with the City of Yellowknife, trying to figure out, can we use the enumeration from the previous election, or do we have to update it? And you know, that was really the significant cost. Perhaps I can hand it to Mr. Shannon, who can give us an update on the most recent developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So as the Minister alluded to, the legislative amendments necessary to align the election terms are well underway, and we anticipate having that in place in time for the fall elections. We've been working in terms of costs and the enumeration. We've been in touch with the city clerk at the City of Yellowknife, who have let us know that we're able to use their existing enumeration. They are working with the contractor that they use for managing that list to determine the potential costs of that. So we've kept YK1 and YCS both in the loop that once we land on what those numbers look like, we will certainly sit down and hash it out with them to figure out who will cover those costs and what they may be. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we met with the Yellowknife school boards, they spoke about an change to their insurance provider, and there was a significant increase in their insurance premiums. Can I just have the minister speak to how insurance works for schools across the territory? Is Yellowknife unique in owning their assets, and outside of Yellowknife they would be G&WT owned? Is this a problem across the territory? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you. This is not a problem across the territory. This is a problem unique to Yellowknife, but it's a big problem in other jurisdictions such as Alberta. Primarily due, I think, to the floods and fires that Alberta has suffered. There has been significant increases in insurance costs in Alberta, and schools in Alberta are probably paying tens, if not over $100 million more a year collectively in insurance costs compared to about 5 years ago. So we've seen massive increases in the insurers who have been insuring the Yellowknife-owned schools. There have been some recent developments in that respect, and so perhaps for more detail I can hand it to Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So as the Minister alluded to, the previous insurer for Yellowknife school boards was a collective of Alberta. Sorry, I don't have the exact name, but it was the insurer that all Alberta school boards use across. For that class of asset, their 5-year claims class was through the roof a lot due to weather-related issues. So we were experiencing increasing costs through that body. That body has since been wound up, so Yellowknife school boards were left to go to the private market in order to seek insurance. So we've been working hand in hand with them to, number one, identify potential solutions to help mitigate those premium costs, whether it be looking at the differences in deductibles and things of that nature, but trying to find the best way forward. They are unique in that they are funded privately as they are owned assets of the two education bodies. So we've been engaging with colleagues at the Department of Finance and looking at potential avenues through risk management there to try and spread this cost out as evenly as possible and to mitigate it as much as possible going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps I could just have someone explain to me. My understanding is that all schools everywhere else are just G&WT owned assets, and we self-insure our assets, so we're not have this problem of trying to find an insurer. But why are the Yellowknife school districts? Why do they own their infrastructure? Is it possible for us to just self-insure their infrastructure like we do everywhere else? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. That's a question that elicits a lot of history. So perhaps I can ask Mr. Shannon if he might have some insight on that. I'm not sure.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Mr. Shannon.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have the full history of that one. That definitely predates me, but it's something that we're working through. And as I mentioned before, we're looking at all options, including engaging with those in risk management at the Department of Finance to see if that's a potential opportunity for us. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for bringing up both school elections and the school insurance issue here in Yellowknife. I think that's probably one that you'll hear reiterated from every Yellowknife MLA. And while I'm on the same track, Jordan's Principle is also on my list of things to talk about here today. I appreciate the figure that was provided by the Deputy Minister of $49 million. And I think also another piece of that puzzle that is worth noting is that if you go through the history between 2018, 19, and 2020, the contributions to the Northwest Territories started about $7 million. And then the following year, they go to about $14 million. And then the last year, they went to about $28 million. And so every year consecutively, they've been doubling. And that, to me, especially when you start talking about where the contributions are going to, says that we really need to beef up our contribution to this section of the budget. If the federal government all of a sudden decided no longer to fund Jordan's Principle, which we really hope they never ever do, we would be in serious trouble here. We would be losing a huge contribution to our school system. And so this is one that I encourage the minister to go back out to FMB and to beef up this portion of the budget if possible. I think that making larger contributions to our kids will pay for itself in spades down the road, and I'd love to see teachers be able to focus more on teaching and less on some of the other pieces that this money goes to pay for. In talking to teachers in both the schools that I serve and in the riding that I serve, a lot of times teachers are spending a predominant amount of time getting kids ready to learn and not necessarily teaching kids. And so one of the things that a few of the schools I know in Yellowknife have used Jordan's Principle funding for is a community liaison worker. And what that person does is they actually act as like a government system navigator. They connect families to different programs within the GNWT so that families are better supported, so that kids are hopefully in a better position to learn. And that reminds me of another position within Health and Social Services, which is they, I believe, are called a family preservation worker within Health and Social Services. And so in thinking of kind of the child and youth care coordinator program that happened where Health and Social Services started kind of funding positions within the schools, I'm wondering if the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment is also looking at a similar setup to be able to help fund community liaison workers within our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. No, I think that position is unique to Yellowknife, and it's not an ECE position, and as far as I know, we're not looking into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just add that to the list of member statements. I appreciate that. You know what? I think I will leave it at that for now, and I would appreciate seeing more money in this budget line item for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking at some of the contribution funding, such as, well, in particular, the Healthy Food for Learning line item. I'm glad to see that it's still there, but I'm just wondering if we're not really accounting for the fact that more and more students are going to be looking to access help as sort of the next while the cost of living does continue to increase for workers. If we're starting to claw back income supports, things like that, maybe some federal government supports are going to end. I'm going to imagine we're going to see an uptake in students accessing supports like that the school provides, and I don't know if there's others that I'm just not seeing here. So I guess my question to the minister is there an area or a way that he's looking to find money within the departments to increase supports to the programs that the schools offer to sort of low-income children or children in need? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you. So things like the Healthy Food for Learning are great programs. I believe that it's a part of a package of programs that includes health and MACA as well, and I think the entire package is about $1 million, and it provides food for students and after-school programs, things like that. This program has been around for a number of 10 years or so, and it's been stuck at $1 million. And so it is probably an area that we could see an increase. It is as oversubscribed as programs get, and in addition to this funding, schools will also go after any other pot of funding that they can, and there are a number of funding from the federal government, from third-party organizations. So the member's correct, this is an important pot of money, and it's one of the ones that I'm in discussions with the department to see how we can enhance. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I go any further, I'm just going to reiterate that my Cam Lake colleague was correct, and that I do also support the discussion around the elections and such that was mentioned, and supports for their insurance. I think that's really important that we continue to fund these. I guess where I go back to is that teachers tend to be miracle workers, and if there's not the money within the funding or the budget to the schools, the teachers are going to be the ones that are going to go out and find the money elsewhere, either it be out of their own pocket, they're going to skimp on things that they need, they're going to buy supplies for their own rooms instead of using that money elsewhere. So again, I guess more of a comment, just reiterating that this is an area as well that I would like to see beefed up. I think that the teachers are a frontline support, and the school system is a frontline support towards a lot of the mental health issues that I've raised already, and I'd like to see more increased funding and see the minister go for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. I appreciate the support. I think the members speaking the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. All right. So I will move on to Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Madam Chair, and we could look at the numbers and whatnot, but for me, I just want to just have some higher level questions, like just the effectiveness of how we're doing business in terms of education. And I just want to ask a question to the Minister about graduation rates, and just I want to see some, it all ebbs and flows year over year for graduation rates, and we see really high numbers in terms of Yellowknife and our larger centers, but I was wondering if we could get some figures from the Minister for the last 5 years, just to know how we are doing in terms of graduation rates in small communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. So graduation rates are one of a number of different measurements that we use. We also have assessments for younger students so that we can see how they're doing when they're younger. And the member's correct that across the board, from the assessments for younger students as well as graduation rates, the numbers are quite high in Yellowknife, high in places like Hay River and Fort Smith to a lesser degree, and then there's a significant drop-off for small communities. And perhaps the Deputy Minister might have some more details in terms of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So, as part of our response to the OAG had a recommendation that we relook how we were calculating our graduation rates, and so we did respond. And what we found out in all of our work and in our correspondence with the OAG is that every jurisdiction in Canada uses a different formula of how they calculate their grade 12 graduation. However, we did align it more with the recommendations of what the OAG asked us to do. So that's just a recent change. However, going back to providing our graduation statistics across all of our schools that graduate grade 12, we certainly can provide that to the member as far back as the member would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess that leads on to my next question. I know this is probably really closely tied into attendance rates. So if we get that data as well, see if there's a correlation between that and our graduation rates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Oh, thank you. We will get that, and I'm sure there is a correlation. And I'm not sure, did the Deputy Minister have something to add to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. There definitely is a correlation. So if students are attending school every day, regularly, they're not only being able to be there for their actual instruction and lessons, but they get all the other supports that schools make available to them. So we do find that the attendance rate does change as well by community by community. We have some schools that have very good attendance rates of, on average, over 85 or 90% of their student population, whereas other communities, find that their students' attendance rates overall are around 75 to 80%. And but it really is something that we could provide. We do track that in all schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Trinidad-Willowday.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important, to find out find some solutions. Work with our DEAs to figure out ways to keep our kids coming to school. There's only so much you could do. That it means a lot of interaction with parents, that sort of stuff. So I think it's important that we go down that road, and that's just a comment. And just to switch up a little bit, going back to, I just heard some comments about insurance, so that's a background I'm familiar with. Some areas I'm familiar, so I mean, I'm willing to offer my expertise in that. So if you guys need help with that, I'm very welcome to help you with that. So I thought that out there. So other than that, I don't have anything much to add. So I just wanted to touch upon the graduation rates. That's something that's really important to me in small communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Trinity Willowday. Did the minister have any further comments? Or?
No, I appreciate the member's advocacy. It's tough to get kids in school, and it's going to take a partnership with everyone. You know, families have to be involved, communities have to be involved, the government has to be involved, and if we're not being involved in the right way, then we have to change that. And you know, historically, the government hasn't always been involved in the right way in terms of schools, and so whatever we can do to make those changes, that's what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know, Inuit Child First is equivalent to Jordan's Principle, and it has a federal, it's federally legislated and only has a 5-year agreement to the federal government to the Inuit. And what happens when that's not renewed in regards to the big picture, in regards to the communities that could tap into that funding back home in the Beaufort Delta? If that's not renewed, that's going to be devastating to the schools that we have up there. What are the thoughts from the minister, I guess, in regards to Inuit Child First program? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, and we're always advocating for continuation of those programs, and we recognize the money that does flow into communities. So perhaps I can ask the Deputy Minister for some more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So, as everyone is aware, the applications for any of this funding is done individually by the education authorities. What ECE tries to do is to provide support as much as we can, you know, in whether it's in the development of those applications, if it's you know, sharing success stories of perhaps one education authority has tried and it seems to be successful, making sure that everybody's sharing their experiences with each other, and also offering to, in any way that we can, liaison with these different services that the federal government are providing. And, you know, just based on the applications, based on the conversations that our staff have had with education authorities and with their federal, with the federal departments responsible for sponsoring this, we have not ever had an indication that this funding is going to end. So that has not come to our attention or to the attention of our education authorities that we're aware of. So, I mean, that's where it stands right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Member for Nunukput.
Sorry, Madam Chair. No, just to follow up on that, it's an agreement in place already for 5 years. I don't know where they're at what stage they're at, but I think I guess the minister and his department should look into seeing where they're at, and I guess throw feelers out to their federal counterparts and seeing where, if they're going to push forward for another 5 years, hopefully, and work with them with that. And going on to another one is, if I could, is healthy food for learning for the communities that we represent up in the Beaufort Delta. You know, I hope all community in the schools, I heard all good in regards to Tuk, but in the small communities like Sax Harbor, Paultuck, and Nulakuktuk for shipping, I guess you could get a lot less than what you would because of the air freight or how they're getting it in. Just making sure that that they're topped up in regards to help for healthy food for the students in the schools. If that's, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Minister.
Thank you. My Deputy Minister can answer that.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. So the amount that's showing here is the amount that we distribute to the schools to help support their food programs, whether it be breakfast, lunch, snack programs. But all of the schools across the north also have other sources of funding to help with their food programs. As you mentioned, you know, there's Food First, there's national food programs as well too, and often Indigenous governments are also contributing to this. And so one of the things that we do from our funding is that the cost index is put in there. So when the money is distributed across the education authorities, the money that we do fund takes into consideration the various costs of freight and shipping. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Mueller. Member for Nunakput. All right. Okay. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, you know, I have to make some comments here because Fort Smith, my riding, has brought forth many MPs, premiers, and cabinets, members, MLAs that were all educated in Fort Smith across the Northwest Territories. And we've always been known as the education capital of the Northwest Territories, and hopefully that we will continue to be the education capital for the Northwest Territories in the future. I'm very supportive of both schools, always have been. All my volunteer work, all my work with the Indigenous government for 12 years has been with the education portfolio with both schools. You know, and you know, of course, every school has some problems, and but you know, I have to say that the people that are represented on the DA are very capable people, and I'm very supportive of every aspect of education, because if you don't have a good education, you have nothing. And I know that both of my schools in my riding are based on equality, making sure that our children are educated to the very best of their ability. I want to commend the principals and the people that work at the DA office, because we don't always agree, but you know, it's been a work in progress, and it's always been positive. I also want to talk about the Healthy Food for Learning program. Salt River when I was the leader of Salt River, we always contribute to the Healthy Food program at both schools for all the children, not just for Salt River. We always made sure, and it was quite a big sum every year that we twice every year we contributed to this fund, Madam Chair. The one thing that I want to say that I'm not in favor of, and that's we're not going to start funding elections out of an education fund. I'm not in favor of that, and I'm not in favor of insurance. I would support my colleagues in any other way when it comes to education, but certainly not that. If I stand alone, I could stand alone. I don't. But I take a stand on what I base education on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Would the Minister like to comment?
Sure, thank you. And you know, the member is correct that you know, Fort Smith has had a long and successful history with education. There's a lot of great things that have come out of the South Slave, the SSDEC, and I have a lot of respect for, you know, the chair of the SSDEC, who is from Fort Smith. You know, every time I speak with her, I learn something, and so you know, I echo some of the members' comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Decho.
Merci, Madam Chair. Let me start with the Northern Distance Learning Program there. I don't know, it just hits a vein sometime of that thing. I might be your biggest skeptic on this program here. The reason I guess I used the word skeptic is I think there was a large graduation just recently of the students in my community, and most had taken online courses. Now, none of them have moved on to higher education. I'm not getting any answers from the Detroit Divisional Education Council regional superintendent when I ask for their actual grade levels when they've graduated. And that's why I'm kind of skeptical about this program, because I think somewhere in your education renewal or something, I think you're really counting on this Northern Distance Education Learning Program to really improve the student outcomes. You know, those kind of things, like I always say, everything is always just fine and dandy on paper. But in actual use, like I says, I'm a skeptical of this program. I really wish it would work, because the aim is to bring the classroom teacher, maybe somebody like from biology or physics or chemistry. Those are the nice big science programs. I don't know, probably our students in the small communities can't handle it, but there probably are some that can. But I don't even know if those courses are even being taught there. Like I said, and we all know about social passing. You know, I don't know if we're still practicing that with this Northern Distance Learning Program. And, well, I guess it's lots of confidential stuff there, and the regional superintendent doesn't want to share the information with me. But it's going to have to come out somewhere, somehow. Because it's important, you know, I'm always trying to see how we could get our students to better themselves, have better education. But we hit these roadblocks. I don't know if it's the people in charge, you know, that, like I'm trying to really work with the kids to get them going somewhere, but when I have stumbling blocks, you know, and I was on the mindset that once a student graduates, they should be doing a placement test just to see where they actually are in their grade level. Because maybe we can grab them while they're still young and start walking the streets and falling into peer pressure, that we throw them into the adult education learning system. The upgrading, that's where you're going to have to spend a lot of money too. If you want good education, we got to spend money and work on it. You know, we got to do a better job than what we're doing right now. We should be increasing all these budgets. You know, I wish I could give you all that money, so we could see what we can do to help the people in the small communities. Because on here you're saying that you're making academic courses available and whatnot. Maybe I'll just stop there and just let you or your deputy minister, people in your department, to probably comment on that Northern Distance Learning Program. Merci.
Thank you. Member Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, it's been a long day. I was going to call you Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor. Madam Chair, I don't want to speak to any specific students. I don't want to, I don't want to identify any students here and talk about how they're doing. But, remember a few years ago there was an article in the news that there was Ulu Hukduk was having its first ever grad, 3 students all going to university, all thanks to Northern Distance Learning. I know the member is a skeptic, but the proof is in the pudding. Northern Distance Learning has quite excellent success rates. It's not just an online course, it is much more interactive than that. It's not distance learning, it is bringing a level of education to small communities that has never existed before. And it has a very high rate of students. A lot of students who participate in it do go on to university. So the program has been working, it has been getting better every year, and that's why we continue to invest in it. It is one of the bright spots of education in the territory, because there are students in small communities who are struggling. There are students in small communities who are struggling, who have issues outside of school that prevent them from really fully committing to school, and then there are students who are fully committed to school for whatever reason. Maybe they just love school, maybe it's an escape for them, and we're giving them an opportunity to take those same courses that are usually only offered in regional centers, and allowing them to attend university. And there have been success stories. In addition to just providing Northern Distance Learning, there's also a bridging program where students can travel to, well, in a normal year, travel to a university and learn about the university experience. So it's more than just the academic side. So it is a very successful program. I have to say that, and I have to defend the program, and I hope that despite the member's concerns, he's still supportive of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Deschaux.
Merci, Madam Chair. Yes, I support anything you guys do, but I'll always have a skeptic mind, I guess, but somebody has to ask questions. Yeah, I see you have a very big budget and everything. I guess your academic courses, I don't know, you didn't explain anything like that, but you've got success stories. I get that. We probably have success stories in my community too, but nobody's sharing that information with me. I'm wondering about your education renewal. It says you do contributions to the Teachers Association and education bodies to make changes to the education system to improve student achievements. Does the department receive any reports of any kind that they can review to see those goals are being attained? Masi.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Perhaps I can ask the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope I understood the question clearly. I interpret it as through the professional improvement through our collective agreement with the Northwest Territories Teachers Association. Do we have any reports? I just want to clarify if that was the question that needs to be answered.
Member for Deschaux, is that clear?
Yeah, like I was saying, we have contributions being provided to the educational partners, such as what's listed as the NWTTA. That's on page 51. And education bodies, it says, I don't know who those would be, but it's to make fundamental changes to the education system in order to improve student achievement in the NWT. And I was asking if the department receives any reports from them and reviews them to see if we're meeting those goals. Masi.
Thank you, Member. Would you like me to just direct it to the Minister?
Thank you. So we're looking at the education renewal and innovation contributions provided to educational partners like the NWTTA and education bodies to make fundamental changes. So there are a number of metrics associated with that. We do have an evaluation division that recently evaluated a lot of our efforts under there, and that was there was a report released a little bit earlier than the Auditor General report, and it came to a lot of the same conclusions in terms of outcomes, but it also showed that the programs that were evaluated were successful often. And that included an evaluation of things like Northern Distance Learning. And there's a number of other evaluations, and I'll speak to each one. I'm just kidding. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Norn?
Oh. Madam Chair, noting time, I ask that you rise and report progress.
I will. Does committee agree? Agreed? Yeah. Do I have to make a motion? Motion to, okay. Rising and reporting progress.
May I have the report, please? Member for Nivik-Toon Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Minister Statement 77-19-2, Table Document 165, 166, 167, and 286-19-2, and would like to report progress with one motion adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nivik-Toon Lakes, do we have a seconder? Second by member for Yellowknife North. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, February 10th, 2021, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to budget address, day 5 of 7, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Minister Statement 77-19-2, table documents 165, 166, 167, and 286-19-2. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, February 10th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.